All right. Oh, looks like some of the blue is a little getting chroma keyed out a little bit, but that's all right. What is up? Mic check. Also, cam check. Looks like we're pretty good. Let me get my chat up. Make sure it's doing the thing. Okay, we're good. Actually, I gotta pull up for the chat. Anyhow, what up, y'all? We'll be doing a lot of what we did yesterday. Probably a little less farming and maybe a teeny bit more of the other 100s. We'll see how I feel towards the latter part of the stream. I'm wearing Dodgers colors. I mean, that's I guess you can take that from this. Sure. Also take terminal. What's going on? I guess I'm okay with the slight color or chroma key. Please tell me that you guys can. Is it freezing for y'all? It looks like the game is stuck on a stream, but yeah, like on my screen is fine, but on. Hold on. That is so weird. Hold on. Remove the game capture. Try this again. All right. Back in. Okay. Doesn't seem like the game wants to show. Weird. Let's try this again. That's so odd. I've done nothing. I've changed nothing since the last since the last stream. Oh, game crashed. Okay. Well, that maybe OBS just knew ahead of time. OBS knew ahead of time that the game was gonna crash. So I was like, you know what? I'm not even gonna work for it. I'm not even gonna do the thing because it's gonna crash anyway. Merlin, what's going on? You having another house party tonight? How come I'm never invited to these things, sir? When Jay, what's happening? Oh, there we go. You guys see the game now, right? Except it looks a little weird. It's like covering the thing. Turtle Hop, what's happening? Let me fix that real quick. It was packed last night. Yeah, it was. It was a bunch of Spiritborns trying to find the fun on the all. I mean, all right, that should fix it. There it is. All right, and now that looks good. Would you recommend Dance of Knives or Rain of Arrows? I mean, either or. I mean, they're both good. It just comes down to a matter of when you watch those builds, like which one do you find more fun? I will say that Rain of Arrows probably requires a lot less thought because you don't have to snapshot and like kind of get a bunch of things working before. in. However, Dance of Knives is spin to win, and you do damage on the move. So like there's perks to either way. So like it's one of those kind of like, which ones do you think you technically would prefer? I mean, you'll do well with both. Just it literally is just a preference. How's Rain of Arrows on bosses? Like, you mean like the Torment bosses? I mean, really good. I mean, you'll kill Durio in like 5 seconds. 5-6 seconds roughly. But that's pretty much almost every rogue build once it's pretty geared up. Just gonna roll with Frostbitten for now. And I kind of want to go back to Fluidity just for a little bit. Or, I guess what other glyphs do I have? Takes a while to stack. Oh, I forgot there is Devious too. Devious or Fluidity, but Fluidity is like it's unconditional. Yeah, I have to cast Couch up a ton anyway, so I guess that works out. With that being said, let's be a point I can remove somewhere. I guess sure, we'll do that. We'll throw that point here just to have a decent value of that. Yeah, that sounds about right. All right. Reached both attack decaps today. Got 97 timed. Working on 98 Barrage. Nice, nice. I think I'm going to actually do a physical Barrage, honestly, at some point. Like physical precision Barrage. I think that's still... I didn't initially build it that way because of the whole victimized thing. But I do think that with the way precision is stacking on itself, I actually think physical precision Barrage actually can be a thing. I thought about a week and a half ago, but then I kind of came across this. So the idea, honestly, was to transition from rapid fire to like physical rapid fire to physical barrage, since it's like most of the similar things. And then Rain of Arrows came into play, and I was like, well, I guess I'm doing. I guess I'm gonna try some Rain of Arrows, and then kind of got detoured. So you didn't know about the stacking thing with TA? What's TA? Oh, trick attacks. Got it. No, but I mean, precision barrage. I mean, I did precision barrage last season, with Kyle or whatever like that, and it was actually pretty good. Like, it wasn't like as strong as the main 3 builds, I guess, on Rogue last season, but it was like, it was a good 4th, right? It was like it was good enough, so people actually liked it, and like preferred to play it because there was no, it literally is just spam. You're not casting an imbuement. You're not like having to keep up the Umber Crux or anything. You literally just spam barrage, and every now and then you throw an ultimate up, and then you spam barrage some more. And it was, people like that. So now, whether I do like a video guide on it or not, it's like the actual question. Like, at this point in the season, like, Would it be worth actually putting a video guide out on that? Maybe, maybe not. Last season, it was okay for me to put it out pretty late because, well, you know, there wasn't like Spiritborn didn't exist. It was okay. But yeah, get carpal tunnel prevention vibe there. What frigid to Barrage? Oh, frigid to Malice. Yeah, so well, I mean, rogues. Most of rogues' damage is basically in stagger, anyways. Unfortunately, that's legit just how things are. So like, you have to do all your damage in stagger. Most of your damage in stagger. You can attempt to try to do some of it outside of stagger, but ultimately you're kind of stuck. With having to stagger to get the most of your damage. But at the same time though, you want to try to get as much unconditional damage multipliers as you possibly can, so therefore you don't feel like you do 0 damage outside of stagger, whereas you do some. But I mean, actually, let me see something real quick. Abilities. I guess you know what, Mika, that actually can that can be a great way to sell physical barrage, the anti-carpal tunnel rogue build kind of thing. That'd be a great way to kind of like sell that. It's like the only build you don't have to push a bunch of buttons for on rogue. I guess I did take all the strength nodes already. I was wondering, I'm like, wait a minute, where all the strength nodes come? I hate the fact that there's imbued damage here though. I wonder if I can put fluidity somewhere else and like get better value. Like fluidity would be better here, and then control here. Simply just because I can like stack the like the magic nodes are better here for sure. You know what? We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it. Let's just go ahead and do it. Let's pull apart all this dexterity stuff. I mean, it's not gonna look pretty, but we'll do it. Put control here. What up, Chris? You know, Crafty definitely got my rogue game leveled up. Have more to learn. Yeah, Crafty's insane though. Like we think a lot, but we're total opposites in terms of what we like in the game. Like he's all about that pit push and whatnot, and he will live in it. Like he will live in that pit push, and I am the exact opposite. Where like I would literally rather like ingest paint than to do back-to-back pit pushes. I'll take that. The pushing gives me gray hairs. Well, how he does it for hours long. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like I said the same thing to him all the time. I'm just like, bro, I do not know how you stomach this. Like if I had that kind of tenacity in real life, man, I'm telling you. Like imagine all the really like interesting things I'd be able to tackle in real life if I had his tenacity. or anyone's tenacity when it comes to that. Okay. Trying to figure out how far I really want to go for some int nodes. Probably not a lot. All right, so pull. So I guess now we gotta figure out our life index right now. Remove. Tech 9. There's like a lot of decks in this on this thing, so like I know I'm not taking a lot. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 dex nodes basically. I can kind of just pick up. Probably should pick up that armor now. Yeah. All right. We're gonna have to slim down a bit. All right. Where do I want to slim? Man, I guess I don't have to fill out every dex point, I guess. For now. If I get more Paragon, I'll do it, but I guess I don't have to. But I could just kind of peel off the intel from control, right? Peachy with the sub, 22 months in a row. Appreciate you. Static Green, what's happening? He lost his all. Wait, why am I going both this way? Okay, I could save a lot of points this way, actually. A lot of points, actually. Dang, okay. Okay, that's a good pickup. And I still ended up with like 39 intel. Okay. Right, I guess that was the way to go, and we'll grab this little armor mill right there. Alright, so pick up all this dex. 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 Remove the intel. Remove the intel. Dex. Dex. Okay, so that give me one more. Actually, I kind of want to fill up these strengths and armors, strengthen the intels over here. So where can I do that at? I don't. Well, no, I didn't need that because that's that. I guess I don't technically need that. Scale those two. Okay. All right, that's probably the most I'm going to be able to get out of this. What aspect are you jumping for Fist of Fate? Retribution, because it's a conditional damage thing. So like, the more unconditional that I can drop, the better. Sorry, the more conditional I can drop, the better. No. I guess way too late to take this thing. I didn't know how much time I had on this. I poured it over here to be able to do the boss to go ahead and get the whisper, and like I got stuck on my Paragon stuff. And it moved. No. Okay, so it's this boss now. Could have gotten this and this like real quick. I was right there too. Didn't even bother to like take a look at how long that whisper was going to be there for. Such fail. Much fail. Wow. To the 90 earlier, you got the tree for a boss couldn't kill. Yeah, it has to be ads, man. I do wish at some point they will. I mean, I posted feedback about this. Mippy did several times. I did a couple of times. Just the state of like the way stagger works in this game, and why people just like initially were like jealous of. Not initially, but like like if there's one thing that was like really like extremely noticeable before all this new bugs the Spirit Warrens were coming out. I mean they were still doing like ridiculous damage before then, but like the thing you notice is that like as we were gearing up, like we had to actually do like stagger damage to be able to, or stagger them to be able to actually deal damage. Like if you were a rogue or a sork, you just didn't do anything. So like in the Helltide, you'll be around with a bunch of Spiritborns who legit don't care about stagger at all. Like they don't care because they can actually deal damage without having to stagger, at least at the time, right? So you're sitting there in like Helltide and like you're working up that meter before you dealt damage early on, like day 2, day 3. Spiritborn comes in like 2 or 3 shots at it or whatever, and you're just like, oh well. I mean, I was trying to contribute, I guess. Yeah, stagger is a pretty big thing that they probably need to do an overhaul on. Like, I'm not saying get rid of it, but like they probably need to. They probably should take a look at it again, and with some fresh eyes and be like, all right, does this really work the way we want it to? Dang, Flavon got the most bling. Dang. You're creeping up. Remove CC damage. You mean like remove like all sources of crowd control damage, or like you mean from like stats or whatever? Or? I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that, honestly. But how would that, like, that makes sense. But how would that go over with people who don't understand that it's not important to have? Because then we'll get the comments, oh, you're just watering down D4 even more for casuals. When in reality, it's like, bro, if you truly understood why you don't want this, right? Like, you don't want this. You think you do, but you don't. But I could see the comments now. But I think it might be easier to just redesign stagger than to remove all crowd control damage on every class. Like that might, because then you have to replace it with something. Although even if that's the better answer, it would be a lot. So I literally maxed out a victimized barrage build and I can't push 290. Need help? Well, actually, someone in chat was actually not even 10 minutes ago was talking about how he did his 98 on barrage and he feels like he can still keep going a little bit. Who is it? Masterworker? But yeah, if I think at the point though, Manus, I think if you're at the point to where you're gonna have to be fishing for the right bosses. So when you say you can't do it 90, question will be is, are you trying to fish for the right conditions, the right boss, the right I wouldn't even say right map. I don't think map really matters as much on a build like that. Although the more open maps are going to obviously be more advantageous, right? But yeah, if you're just playing like all these bosses with like no ads or whatever, then yeah, you're screwed. Crazy Fed Up is gonna using your Barrage build on Maxroll. Thanks to the build. Yeah, man, you're welcome. Hope you're having fun with it. Did I play some Heartseeker this season? Yeah, I actually started with Heartseeker for like the first 4 or 5 days, I think. Now I think I revisited it like once or whatever, but I haven't really came up with anything that I didn't already like do the first time. It was one of those things where like I'll play a build and then I'll switch to a different build to do guides on, video guides on, and then I'll revisit them later when I have better gear and like a more of a better understanding of what's actually working correctly and what's not in this game. So I did that with Heartseeker, and then I pretty much came to the same conclusion as I did before, where it's like there really isn't anything I could do to really make that any better than it already is. And I explain to you what an ad is. So you know how like in the pit sometimes the bosses spawn minions. Like some bosses spawn minions, some bosses don't. If you're going to push, quote unquote push, and I use that term, push. If you're going to push on a build, on Rogue, you have to have minions, a boss with minions. If you don't, you're not going to clear. It's going to take you way longer to clear. It's not just Rogue. In fact, most classes are like this. But it's very prevalent on Rogue because Kyle the Nameless, basically. Yeah, so I think you're just at the point where yeah, you may have good gear, you just don't really know what to do in the higher pits. And once you kind of get a better idea of what to do and what to look for in the higher pits, which isn't really much. I mean, it's not like it's a whole different ball game or whatnot, but basically the bosses mainly, understanding what bosses are doable and which ones are not. We was discussing last night. All building Maxroll guys need a 150 push build that redirects you to a spear point leveling guy. What up, Zeal? Is Devious good bug or something? So like you're not getting additional bonus decks past 40 plus. You don't. That's why you never put more than the minimum amount. Literally for Devious, Fluidity, Diminish, Versatility, all of those. Same thing. You don't get anything more for towards the glyph for basically putting points around it, or more points around it. So you want to put 40 points and then that's it. Now later on, if you have extra points, like if you're like Paragon like 280 plus or whatever, you have extra points and you don't know where to put them, then you put them in decks in that glyph because you just want more decks in general, even if it doesn't do anything to the glyph. Because at that point, it's just +5 decks for a teeny weeny bit more damage. I was like, wait a minute, where's my opals? I was like, I didn't even open his chest yet. I'm like, bro, where's my opals at? I like this bit. We'll hold on to it. X-Pack. Necro. We gotta get you an X-Pack, Zeal. Relique, what's going on? Especially as a streamer, man. That would help. That would help you. It's your only content. So you're there for all the non-X packers. I guess that's fair. You can do that. I have gotten quite a few inquiries about whether or not, you know, can I make a build for non-X pack users kind of thing. And like, I always try to tell them that the runes don't really play that big of a deal on like most builds, the majority of builds really. But most people don't believe me when I say that. It's like, no way. Like, of course runes play a big, you know, a deal. It's just an X pack, right? It's just runes. I'm like, no, but it really doesn't. I mean, you just put your main stat gems there and like, boom. Like, you lost not much at all. Now, there are some runes that do kind of help with some quality of life that might make some builds feel better, but like, these runes aren't like, and most builds aren't like crazy upping your damage unless it's like the Cax rune or some snapshotting that Dance of Knives does. But is Dance of Knives build hard to play? I think it's hard to learn. I don't think it's difficult to play. It can be annoying to kind of start up stuff, but it's not hard to play. But it's probably hard to learn all the things you need to do to be able to effectively play that build. Because there's a lot of mechanics that don't apply to other builds that you have to learn. So it can be a bit daunting. Why does boss having minions mean you can beat it? Sorry, hoping to ask you some questions. No, man, you're good. You're good.
Cell Kitten.
So, sorry, I meant to respond to you yesterday. I'm sorry, or the thing. I didn't respond yesterday. I'm sorry. I read it, and I was supposed to put like, you know, the die thumbs up thing, and I was like so tired that I was just like totally forgot, and I feel bad. But what's going on, Sal? Hope you had a great day yesterday. Well, poop. That's not the question. That's not the response she was expecting. Nah, I'm an honest guy. I kind of tell it like it is. Or at least I try to. I mean, I'm human, so there's gonna obviously be a teeny weeny bit of bias on some topics, not on purpose, just naturally. But I try to be honest. It's a good build. Like Dance of Knives is a good build. It's just, you know, I'm gonna tell you what to expect up front. But back to Amanda, she said, why does a boss having minions means you can beat it? Because the way that rogues scale in general, there's this passive called trick attacks. Primarily this passive. There are other things, other reasons that ads are good, but the biggest reason on rogue is this passive called trick attacks. It is broken beyond belief. It stacks with itself. So the more ranks you have, the considerably stronger that your character becomes. So, however, this passive does not work on bosses. So you need minions to be able to proc this. So when you have minions, you can proc this and get a ridiculously big damage bonus for doing so. But without minions, it means you literally don't even have a helmet almost. Except for Unstable Elixirs is okay, but like, yeah, sorry. Now, of course, on the Barrage build, I think I have Cloud the Nameless on the Ancient variation, and then I have here a Perdition on the Mythic version. But you still have ranks, about 4 ranks basically with Shroud into this, and that's still a lot. So, so that's kind of the reason. Yeah. So without minions, you are dealing quite a bit less damage than you could. And you feel it. Like, you feel it. Like, it's there. It's like not even like pretending to not be there. Like, it is awful when you're fighting a boss with no minions. You work on your reading comprehension. I see controller expert get an added bonus to each. That's the reason I thought Devious worked the same way, but it might probably make it super broken. No, not really. Actually, it would be kind of cool if it did do that, but it would make it by far like the best glyphs, like to much better than the other rogue glyphs. So you would take it no matter what. So maybe it shouldn't be that way. I don't know, but it wouldn't make it broken. It'll just make it like really good. You posted your current gear state for your Renavero Rogue to your Discord, asking where the focus of your put. I think I probably did skim it. I didn't have it up. I clicked the condom of Pylon. Bad me. Yeah, I skimmed it. Most of the answers you're looking for can be found in the guide itself, because you're asking what to masterwork, and you have the correct masterworks, and generally the plan like the written guides should already kind of have those out for you, like in terms of which pieces are best to masterwork. So I would probably just refer to the guide and like look at the build progression to kind of see whether like how much of your masterworks matches the planner's masterworks in a sense, in terms of what to look for, etc. So I think so that answers most of your questions. Jiggly's at 100 finally. Random question: does Umbercrux proc it? I don't think so, because you can't crowd control the totem. Like the totem basically ignores all CC, so no. Because you can't daze it or stun it. Does anyone else not enjoy doing realm walkers so the HP increase? You don't understand. Are they increasing the HP? I like only glaze the passion dust for tomorrow. Okay. I actually think that that's okay. Here's why I say that. Because when they're increasing the HP, they're probably talking about the actual hit points of the realm walker when he's able to be hit. Like when he's able to be touched. Which is fine. I say that is because it can be very easy to miss the event if like you got some like spirit walkers, I guess, I don't know, if he dies in like less than half a second, if that. And Barrage, are we taking Death Trap for the pull? Yes. There's some bow, I think, that boosts Renavero's damage like crazy. You mean Sky Hunter? Well, Sky Hunter is for precision builds, and Barrage we are victimized related, so it doesn't really do anything for a victimized related build. So you can, so the thing is that in order for any of your skills to actually deal damage or be worth something, you have to build around your key passive on road. If you don't do that, then whatever, no matter what skill you put on your bar for any particular purpose, it's just not going to perform well at all. So Reign of Veils will not do any damage at all. None, like zero, on a victimized build. On a build like this, it does, because I went with the I'm using a completely different key passive. So yeah, Death Trap makes a lot more sense in a victimized setup. Because I'm a correct stack trick attack. I didn't answer that earlier, but yeah, it doesn't, because you cannot crowd control with the totem. Like the totem is basically immune to CC. So you can't stun it, you can't daze it. Totem too strong. You said I learned something very useful today. Thanks for explaining to you. Yeah, man, no problem. There's just like nothing in the game explains anything like that at all whatsoever. So, I know it's confusing. Testing Heartseeker and Barrage with the Destiny stuff. Pants out Barrage and he needs to be better for pit 85 speed. I'd probably say that. Well, actually, what is your? I mean, that probably is true. What is your Shard of Hate at? Like, do you have a GA and attack speed with maybe a couple of masterwork crits on the attack speed portion of it? Guessing it's just more hits. It is. It is in some cases, yes. Also, not sure this is commonly known, but in co-op or other Spiritborns, I was hitting for 211 trillion damage as a rogue. So you weren't doing it? You weren't doing it. It was your Umber Crux that was doing it. So what you saw was basically your totem hitting for 20% of the Spiritborn's damage, but it showed up on your screen. So that 211 trillion hit literally was just 20% of your friend's Spiritborn damage that hit the totem. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Nutty, isn't it? It's crazy how ridiculously strong Spiritborns are. I mean, when the rogue sees that number, we're like, holy shit, look at that number, right? And then the Spiritborn's like, if a Spiritborn only crit for 211 trillion, he's like, I only hit 211 trillion damage? Damn, I got some work to do, man. For a rogue, they'd be like, what? We did what now? Yeah, nah, but what a successful stash squish, I know, right? You said, oh, what was the question? Your Shard of Arathiel. Do you have a GA and basic attack speed with a couple of masterworks in it, or no? D3, appreciate the follow. Mod poll. Redeem the mod poll. Someone captured a white hit of a Spiritborn doing 1,700,000 trillion damage. Did I read that right? Imagine telling someone you hit 1,000,000 trillion damage. And you literally say it like that. Like you don't even like try to make up a number for it. You say, I dealt 1,000,000 trillion damage. I think after 1,000,000 trillion, the damage counter resets back to 0. If your damage numbers aren't crashing the game, you're doing it wrong. If your damage numbers doesn't show up as error on the screen, you're doing it wrong. You're just not doing enough damage. Putting up Basil's damage. We did a video on why they put an S+ tier. I mean, I was in the meeting. I was in that meeting because we talked about that, and I actually disagree with it being, with S+ being like how to name it. I think it's a step in the right direction. But I feel like it should be like, they should have added more pluses after the S, because S+, when you initially see S+, you think, oh, it's a little better than the S build, S tier builds, right? It's like, okay, S plus is like, it's like a little better, right? And like that does not signify the brokenness of Spiritborn at the moment. Like S plus from S, like it needs to be wildly more like, obvious. S bugged. Well, to be fair, a lot of builds in this game are based off of bugs. So it's just that Spiritborn has the better bugs, the better scaling bugs. So we can't really say that. Sounds funny to say that, but it's true. Spiritborn just has better bugs than the other classes do. And I would almost want to say how it's ironic how beneficial these other classes, or say the Spiritborn bugs, are. Like it just happened to be that each bug that the Spiritborn finds just increases their damage exponentially beyond reasoning. Whereas other class bugs are just like, oh, cool, cute. 20% more damage, nice. Good job. Good job for finding that bug for 20% more damage, right? But on Spiritborn, it's like, yo. It's like, new bug, we just went from trillions to quadrillions, son. It just seems to be so interesting how beneficial their bugs are compared to the other classes' bugs. And like, honestly, I know it's not on purpose, obviously, like that, but it does make you think. You're just like, man, like, how come they get the benefit so much more from their bugs? Why can't we benefit as much from those bugs? I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not saying that I would want more bugs, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, like, I just find it quite interesting that, like, yeah, every bug acts 6, yeah, just like, what? Like, how come they couldn't accidentally, like, yeah, I'm just saying. I mean, no conspiracy theory or anything, but I'm just saying. Like, I mean, just let's go this way. And I'm pretty sure we're not done yet with Spiritborn bugs. Somebody will find something like sometime this week. I bet you there'll be a new bug. It's gonna scale their damage like by 100 times. And watch it be something silly too, right? Watch it be like an elixir. Like it'll be like the precision like elixir or whatever, where somehow that bonus crit damage for some strange reasons just gives Spiritborns like 100 times more damage for no reason, just cause. And someone just decided to randomly pop the elixir on accident and find the bug, right? That's exactly what's gonna end up happening. Aren't your credit cards getting swiped every 8 hours when the new meta is found? BS tier. Zero sleep. The torment bosses are way better. I agree. Someone will manage to temper resolve their banished lords. Oh man. I have been freed. I'm just gonna hang out with Ross people for a while. Here's how we should be thinking of it. A maxed out Spiritborn is doing more damage in one pit run than every moment of every single person playing the game preseason 6 combined. I mean, that may not be far-fetched, honestly. Spiritborn is born though. You can one-tap everything. How is that fun? Well, I mean, I guess depends on how depends on what you play. You know, action RPGs for. Some people like the gameplay where, like, you know, you have to figure things out and strategy and, you know, putting your build together and like figuring out situations. And some people just like to see the really ginormous numbers, right? And so for the second crowd, it's really not about, you know, complexity or difficulty. It's legit seeing the huge, super big number, right? So at that point, it's really not about what the game is about or what, you know, what the game has to offer. It's just really about the super amazing, super cool yellow number that they saw on the screen, or white number, I guess, in the case of Spiritborn for some builds, right? So bigger number equal higher dopamine rush equals awesome, dude, right? And of course, nothing's wrong with that. Everybody plays for different reasons, but yeah, that explains why you might not enjoy it, because you might care a little bit more than just the pretty numbers on the screen. But for some, you know, it's quite the opposite. Yeah, they're the same as intense in German. I mean, I already got a full bar, but I just want to kill stuff. Just scared to know what this ain't about you. This is like that boss is such a cool boss fight for the fact. Unfortunately, we don't really, you know, get to really fight it much. But it's such a cool boss fight. Like I like the mechanics of that boss a lot. And in the past, the first couple of days of the season, 3, 4, 5 days of the season, like no one was fighting the boss mechanics anymore because, you know, it just never lived long enough. Give me my mats. More keys. Want to somehow incorporate all the cool bosses you fight during the campaigns into the end game somehow. Kind of seems like a no-brainer. Honestly, would it really be worth the effort though? Like, we actually have quite a few cool boss fights that I guarantee you legit most people don't remember or know much about, because you don't really have to go through like the actual mechanics themselves. So I wonder if it'll really even be worth the effort. I mean, at this point, bosses, like boss mechanics don't really exist. You might as well just call it like dummy number 1, dummy number 2, dummy number 3. You know, just like legit remove the mechanics and visual and just like put like a training dummy there that just gets mollywopped in like half a second. At this point, it would literally serve the same purpose at the end of the day. I know it's like one of those things where, yeah, you're at the end game, they just become farmable, but man, like, not all boss fights are designed well. But there are some really cool boss designs, honestly, and we just don't get to see them because, you know, power creep. But so yeah, I don't really disagree with you, really. I just don't know how much, like, it, like, I won't say benefit wouldn't be the right word, but it's just like, I don't know, like, yeah. I mean, this guy, I mean, I guess there just has to be a point where the problem is that, like, I mean, ultimately the issue is bugs. You know, bug builds doing way more than they're supposed to and whatnot, which ends up invalidating a lot of the content because things that are supposed to be challenging would more or less be more challenging if the bugs didn't exist. The way things currently are. So it's like, you can't really make challenging content as long as the base game itself is riddled, or base games or builds are just riddled with bugs. Scaling higher than they should in a lot of cases. So, but yeah, a lot of things more things would matter more in this game when that is resolved, and then they can scale it in a sense where they're like, okay, well, now we can scale it properly to make them like real challenges or whatever. But until there's that, then appreciate the follow. And it was Avenja, is that how I say that? With the gift the sub, appreciate you. Watching the 110 Rogue push or rapid fire. Oh, you mean crafty? You decided if you can go physical, cold. You would need to go physical. Cold just doesn't really cut it anymore. Crafty and I like went. I won't say went to great lengths about it, but we definitely talked it over quite a bit. The physical is like legit the way to go. You're gonna get more out of physical over the course of the fight. Is that the only one? Okay, I got you. Crafty is at 111 right now, right? Or you said the Colin Beer did a 110 as well. That's actually kind of cool. I still would probably go physical though. It's gonna feel way better to play. And I'm a huge fan of Cold and Demon, don't get me wrong. I really am. Who was the 110? It wasn't Zariah, was it? Was it Austin? There's just like so few people like actually doing like pit pushes right now. Like there's only like a couple of names I can think of for any build. Zariah isn't playing this season? Oh wow, okay. That's alright. Is he just waiting for like PoE 2 at this point, or like what's his plan? Okay. You don't understand why they wait for us on spawn before they start attacking? Because the first 3 staggers are very important. Because, well, you know, you get them quickly, so you're not gonna get the. This is Spirit Caller, right? So you're not gonna be able to get the ads out for the first couple of staggers if you stagger him too quickly. So like, there's no point in attacking Spirit Caller without his ads during the stagger. So you have to wait until he actually spawns the ads for you to get the maximum benefits. Now, it doesn't work like that on all like bosses, but specifically Spirit Caller for sure is the one that you kind of want to make sure that you have ads out, his ads out, or minions out before you stagger. Yeah, because all your damage comes from the stagger basically. So, you attack Spirit Caller without ads or without minions during stagger, and you're dealing like no damage, and it's a waste of stagger. It's a very interesting way to play. Probably one of the few things in the game where I think, hey, that's actually a pretty cool like tech that you find. I mean, I still think is nutty how you have to do that, like because the bosses are just that extreme. But I think it's actually one of the cooler strategic ways to fight a boss. I'll put it that way. Because usually you just stay on top of the boss and wail it, tanking everything basically until it dies with like no thought most of the time. So at least that kind of gives some sort of, hey, that's pretty neat. This person did a little, did something a little different. Oh man. Yeah. So I mean, I honestly, like, when I do a couple of 100s or whatever on this build or whatever, I don't plan on going like any higher than that, because I don't really care for the pushing or whatever. But like, if I see Spirit Caller, I'm probably not gonna like play it the most optimal way, just because I do find the idea of like kind of just waiting around for ads a little cringe. But I'll probably do it for the first 3 staggers just because it just makes sense. But past that point, I'm just gonna just blast him if I see him. And the bar is crazy low for an interesting build. Yeah, pretty much. Host for mid-season patch? Oh yeah, it's definitely coming. There's gonna be a lot coming in the mid-season patch. A lot. I mean, a lot. More than what we normally would get. I guess by that point, how much would it really matter? Well, let me phrase that. It will matter. But I think a lot of the hype at this point is kind of already gone. And as much as I don't want to sit there and like, you know, say anything about PoE2 coming in around that time frame, like more interest is going to be on what people are doing in PoE2, like the streamers, content creators like that, than the mid-season patch. So whether people will play PoE2 beta is a different story, but like at least people will be like, a lot of the interest is to see how the game is doing per se. You see what I'm saying? So like the interest in the mid-season patch is just really not there at the moment. I think also just because people might actually, you know, may believe that the Spiritborn might actually get, you know, some bug fixes or whatever, and so since a lot of player base play Spiritborn, you know, they wouldn't be looking forward to that. You know what I'm saying? If you play any other class but Spiritborn, you know, you probably have a lot more to look forward to in the mid-season patch. Like even myself, I might even look into maybe, you know, spending the money to be able to play in the beta, because I thought about it myself too. I'm like, yeah, I guess it wouldn't hurt. I guess I really don't want to spend the money for a beta though. I still think that's kind of silly. Given the nature of, you know, GGG's model in general of things being free to play, and then yet we're paying for a game that hasn't came out yet to be able to get the beta sort of thing. But I do like what I see in terms of combat, so like, and I'm very interested in that. And you guys know how I am when it comes to combat, so like, did we find out this week about what this week? The mid-season patch or the PoE2 thing? Oh, the cost of supporter pack. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Like I said, we'll see. Like, I mean, if it's an insane amount just to be able to play the beta, I'm probably out. But just because it's like, man, I mean, I'm gonna play the game anyway, but like, I don't want to spend, you know, for like, you know, a lot of money for the super ultra omega GeForce, you know, edition packs, you know, just to get beta access. But I guess at this point though, Riptide, I think they know people will pay for it, and like it's just a smart business model at that point. It's like, you know, PoE has such a great reputation, and so does GGG in general, that people will just spend the money. And they know it, so they'll charge that. Like, no question. It's around 34. I'm thinking it's gonna be more than that though. My assumption is that it'll be more than that. I could be, like, if it's 30 or 40, then yeah, I'll drop the coin and get it. But something tells me it's gonna be more than that. But I can be totally wrong. This would never happen while there are people crying that they're not able to one-shot Durio in the 4-man group. I think the same thing though, just let this work, is that there are people in similar camps that feel that way, where it's like, you know, like what you said, but sometimes those same individuals will complain about how there's no challenge in the game. So it's like you kind of can't have both. I mean, are you wanting one shot, or do you want him to actually be a fight? You can't have both. Okay, I got 4 opals out of that. Nice. That should be enough for the night, for sure. We got any quick whispers? Guess maybe that. Let me see if anyone's over there. I ain't got no hearts though, so I'll just be leeching. Nah, no one's over here. Oh yeah, there are people over here. Cool. All right. Free whisper. I guess the deer has a whisper. Yeah, I did it like about 5 minutes ago. I like that they have. I really like the I think that they did a good job with the whispers in the expansion in terms of like different places you can get them. I like that there are now attaches to like torment bosses too as well, and Undercity and Inferno Horrors, like having more places to kind of like get it, like grab a whisper on the way, where it's like, okay, well I was gonna do this, but this one's got a 5 bomb attached to it real quick, and I was probably gonna do that anyways. Let me go ahead and just do it now. Like I kind of like that, especially considering how like rewarding whispers are. As long as you're not like going out of your way to try to do it all the time. Like, you know, if you were gonna do that anyway, it's like free mats and stuff. And some gold. So I feel like that they did do a good job with the whispers. Andy Flurry still viable this season. Andy's is just really not worth it on Rogue in general. At all. I mean, Flurry is worth it. Andy's on anything isn't really worth. And the drop is more tributes of refinement. Yeah. 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 Collection of, let's do one-handed weapons. It's kind of where I'm lacking right now. At some point, I'm gonna start caring about amulets again. The moment I get off of Random Arrows, which might be sometime this week. I'm gonna play some physical Barrage. Get a Heartseeker from the Whisper cast, really? I didn't even know Mythos can drop from a Whisper turn in. That's neat to know. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. TB is also clearing 100s now. What's setup? Is it like an overpower TB or is it like an alchemical TB? Okay, that's actually cool. Finally, you know, be able to see that passive do something. A key passive. I almost never see this spawn in like No Hantu for whatever strange reason. Like this almost never do for me. Twisted balls. don't do that to a teacher. You're gonna be really confusing because he's gonna be looking at the skill tree and like, wait a minute. This guy's lying to me. It's not twisted balls in the skill tree. He's over there in the corner just like with the evil smirk, the evil laugh. And he probably trusts you more too because you got the green sword and you know the ultra instinct sub badge. You think they'll buff now Spiritborns or non-Spiritborns mid-season? I'm pretty sure there will be buffs coming. I mean, obviously don't expect buffs to match anything Spiritborn is doing by any means at all. But like it'll probably be buffs to like underutilized things, not like the meta builds probably on like the classes or whatever. So for instance, I would probably see like maybe Pen Shot might get a little bit of love or something. Like the Eagle Horn might get a little better or something. I don't know. You know, stuff like that. Like, don't expect, you know, then the buff classes to be doing 150s by any means. This is so bad. CPT, be sure to follow. Hoping that flurry attack speed is a buff and not a bug. Something tells me that that's a bug. But what rumors are you using, or is there a link? There's a link. Exclamation mark build. But Warcry and +3 skills. So and Vex are my invocation runes. Do we think Kala is better than Hero Petition for Victimized Barrage? Technically, yes, but only if you have like a +6 or higher in the trick attacks on the helm per se. But in most cases though, I would probably recommend the Perdition as it is, just because Barrage, well, Rogue's pretty much, you know, I don't say struggle on single target. We kind of do, like relative to what we can do AoE wise. We struggle on single target, which is, you know, one of Rogue's weakness, and wearing a cowl basically only just exaggerates that weakness. The only reason why you know, if it wasn't for precision on, you know, this Rain of Arrows build, I probably would not run cowl most of the time. Just because I would rather have the more unconditional damage that's more consistent. But because trick attacks scale with precision as well, then it's like I don't really have a choice here. But on victimized builds, you can go either way. You thought Rogue was good on single target? Relative to what they can do on relative to what they can do to enemies that they can crowd control, Rogues do a hell of a lot more damage on things they can crowd control versus things that they can't. Obviously, I think that's the case for most classes, but the difference between that being the case on Rogue is just staggering. It has a lot to do with our conditional damage multipliers, as well as trick attacks being a broken scaler that is only broken, and on having targets to hit, basically targets that you can crowd control. So yeah, you wish they didn't nerf victimize. That kind of really didn't nerf victimize. I keep hearing that, but like I don't really know where that like kind of comes from. I think like I don't really like the new victimize mechanically, but they didn't really nerf it. In fact, victimize is better this season than it was last season. Although I don't like the way they redesigned victimize, but it is better than what it was last season. And technically speaking, it deals more damage than it did in season 4. But everything is relative, right? So I can say that, but there are other issues on top of that. Most fun I've had in D4 was your first with Lilith kills, like 10-minute fight with garbage gear, but finally beat her. Felt great. Yo, I kind of felt a lot of the same way too, man. Like that first Lilith kill or whatever, back in preseason, not doing some like sort of like ultra stagger setup or whatever. That was a ton of fun. Season 1 Poison Rogue was both. Well, Poison TB. I would say Poison Rogue, but Poison Twisting Blades was broken, yes. Show that felt like it wasn't a PTR. Well, I mean, it was bugged. They just didn't come out and say what was bugged about it, but it was bugged in the PTR. They probably should. I actually would have liked them to leave the mechanics alone, but the whole 60% to 40%, or sorry, 80% to 60%, I think it was, like that teeny weeny bit of a nerf wasn't much, but people think that was such a drastic nerf. But honestly, like when me and Mippy played the review copy of the game, like we didn't even know it got nerfed, because you don't really feel the effects of that almost at all. But you do feel a little bit though was the bug fix, because it was dealing like I think it was like 2.25 times the damage that it was supposed to on the PTR. It's the timing of it. It doesn't proc as much. But I think people don't understand what the new Victimize does. Okay, so what the new Victimize does is it gives you all the Victimize procs you used to have and gives it to you in a burst window. So no, it doesn't proc as much as it used to because they're trying to save the servers, right? But what they do is all the Victimize procs you would have had in a 0.5 second window is now stored and backlogged into one big damage burst. So ironically, you see a lot bigger numbers now than you would have seen had it not been that way, because all the numbers is being backlogged. All your damage is being backlogged into 0.5 second windows. Let's take. I was waiting for someone to say that. So they just redesigned how it works a little bit. So I personally don't like the redesign. I don't. I think Victimize should still be based off of your damage and not weapon damage. Honestly, because your damage it feels bad that you're doing like next to no damage at all until Victimize procs and it has a 0.5 second window. You know what I mean? But yeah, it really wasn't nerfed. So, I think I just want to kind of get that clarified for the most part. Like the nerf is like one pit tier, if that. You feel like you can't cast. Like sometimes you can't cast anything. Run a resource elixir, Wrathful. So, run the resourceful elixir, and that should feel better. Because generally speaking, when you cast your ultimate and then you cast Flurry right afterwards, you drain all of your energy basically. So, it's hard to cast Flurry right after that because all of your energy is already gone. So, a resource elixir will allow it to be cheaper. For one, to cast your Flurry, so you'll be able to get it quicker, and then two, also having resource regen like on a ring temper and stuff like that makes you be able to get your energy up faster to be able to also cast Flurry quicker after after you spend all your energy. So those are the things that I do. Wait, picture you're kidding, right? Think it's delayed. Oh man. Well, that's not too long though. What, December 6th? That's like 2 weeks, right? That's not too bad. It's not too bad. I mean, that sucks. Don't get me wrong, but it's not too bad. 2 week delay is not too bad. Yeah, I'm sure the outrage is gonna come at this point though. And to be honest with you, I really don't think they really should. Honestly, they really shouldn't be outraged over that, honestly. But people are going to be. Like, people are gonna be real pissed about it, and I'm just like, bro, as much as GGG have done for y'all, like, this is a minor inconvenience. I don't know. I just know Dancing Blaze and Victimize is garbage because of the damage window. It's garbage more so because you can't because Dance and Knives can't abuse the things it used to be able to abuse with Victimize. That's what it was. Like the original video you saw of Mippy doing Dance of Knives and the review copy of the game, people were totally fine with the way Victimize was working then. But when Dance of Knives got hit with, you know, some bug fixes, all of a sudden Dance of Knives wasn't doing crazy things with Victimize anymore, and all of a sudden it's Victimize's fault. I guess it's a matter of like understanding what actually happened or what actually happened to that versus just being like, oh, well, Victimize is now bad. Like, no, it didn't change from review beta. It just, or the review copy of the game, it's just Dance of Knives needed a bunch of bugs to make it look broken at the time. I'll put it that way. But in terms of power scaling is concerned, Victimize isn't really that bad. Victimize is still actually like kind of good. I just personally don't like it mechanically, but power wise, like power scaling wise, it's actually okay. Could it be better? Sure. But I just think it just feels bad. It felt bad regardless of, you know, the Nice bugs or whatever or not. But I think this goes exactly. This explains exactly what I mean when I say, you know, people are like more interested in like the big numbers. When people saw the video, no one had an issue with Victimize being the way it was when they saw that video with Dance of Nice on review. No one, because it had really big numbers associated with it. People weren't even questioning like the mechanics or like how to actually do the big numbers or all the bugs that was associated with it. It was like, hey, look, big number, I'm happy. Right? That's all it was. But Victimize worked mechanically the exact same way as you saw it. But I have spoken or made a lot of feedback about Victimize, and hopefully maybe something will be done in terms of how it feels. Because in my opinion, that's kind of the biggest issue. It just doesn't feel good. Especially like when you do something like Infernal Hordes or whatever. It's like awful on Infernal Hordes. Because that 0.5 seconds, man, may not seem like it's a lot, but it's way too much time for random procs that you can't control, and like enemies are everywhere. It just feels really bad. Have you noticed sometimes if you pull in a giant pack that even if all the ads are inside the AoE, but a lot of them will take no damage? I saw you DM me about that. What do you mean though by that? Like you just like some enemies inside the pack itself just won't take damage? Is it just minions or is that like mobs in general? I wish they didn't change close quarters combat to damage versus close and kept the CC damage. So I'm kind of on the fence about that one. Just let this work. At first, I didn't like it either, because I'm like, oh, I like to be able to kind of, play ranged or whatever with that key passive. But now I have to be close with that key passive with the change. However, what I do like about that though is that close damage is unconditional damage, whereas crowd control damage is conditional damage. So the damage to close enemies is going to feel a heck of a lot better to play on like bosses or whatever like that versus crowd control damage stacking. So I think it's a W in that aspect, even if it's an L for things I might like to play. Like I think overall that was a good change. Because we don't need any more conditional damage anythings. And having to keep passive that scale with conditional damage was awful for bossing, man. It was just so bad. Damage on Tuesdays. Well, today's Monday, so I guess I am missing out on that damage, right? It'll be Tuesday for me in about 11 minutes. So I'm about to change my damage versus Tuesday, or change into my damage versus Tuesday's gear pretty soon. Being reliant on group and spirit, want to be efficient. I don't care what my damage are, but the ability to be able to solo level my quests will help. I agree, David. I 10,000% agree with you on that point. And Derek, what's going on? You'll be in South Carolina this week for homecoming. Yeah, mom told me. Who is it? Alfredo's coming too. Yeah, I'm going down there for Thanksgiving. But yeah. How long are you staying for though? Is it like a Friday to Sunday type thing, or? Gotcha. Okay. Oh, is she coming with you? Well, I guess she would, right? Because I mean, it is homecoming for her too. Oh no, she's not coming with you. Okay. Yeah, I actually think for Inferno Horse, I think Fist of Fate is actually the better choice. Oh, that's right. She did go to Benedict. That's right. Because y'all met at the party. I see. That is right. Okay. I remember now. Tuesday's buff. I know, right? 8 minutes. Yeah, so Crafty, it's seemingly like something I need to make a bug report on. It seems like. Can we fax visitors and tell them add dot damage to victimize? Well, then if we did that, then like then that means alchemical admixture would be a useless key passive. Then it's already pretty useless on like everything else but poison bills. But if you add dot to victimize, now you're really just like. Kind of just like making or invalidating the one thing that admixture is supposed to be good at doing. Then again, I mean, victimize is basically just a better shadow imbuement. So I mean, there's also like overlap there anyway, so let's be honest. Delete that useless name. I really wish we had a better. I would say, well, I guess so. I wouldn't mind them just like reworking that old key passive. Like that key passive is just Like, I don't know if they fully thought that through. And it's like, hey, we're going to make a key passive that involves all of your imbuements, but only one of them is going to actually get any benefit from it. And good luck sacking enough of that to make it useful on like any build besides maybe one. I guess you could make a poison rapid fire technically. Poison admixture rapid fire. I mean, you could do that, but I mean, that would feel horrible to play. All right, let's fight the butcher, y'all. Let's do it. I see you. I'll even come to you, sir. You dropped the 4GA 300% fist of fate, really. It just dropped. Right? That's all. It just dropped. You say fight, but you're not getting to. Yeah, I mean, at this point though, like I kind of miss like I was hoping for more Infernal Horde scaling. To be honest with you, I was a little disappointed that like it's such a missed opportunity, man. Hordes is such a fun content. Please create one-shot build. I mean, that would be kind of horrible on Rogue, because you'll only be able to do one thing with it. Like you can't farm with it or anything. Like it'll literally have one purpose, and that's just a one-shot, like a torment boss. But considering how most builds can kill bosses in like 3 or 4 seconds, anyways. There's no reason to have a one-shot Rogue. And the funny thing about it is that like even if you have a one-shot Rogue and you're playing in the party for bosses, which you're most likely will anyways, because bossing in the party is a bit more efficient, you'll probably have a Spiritborn in that party because 90-something% of players are playing Spiritborn. So you're not even going to be able to get all of your buffs in time to be able to do the one-shot before the Spiritborn kills the boss. So it's kind of like it literally has no place right now in this game. That's why you don't see us, mentioning it on the Maxroll website anymore. It's just not worth. I wish the waves could come until we get overwhelmed. Well, yeah, that's the thought. I talked about this yesterday about like my thought of like leaderboard type. What do? You finally got your rapid fire build together. Nice, nice. Dropped all the way from China. I just saw that. I just saw that comment. Spiritborn will be there until 3029 on the waves. PoE 2 delayed. Yeah, I saw that. Someone mentioned it in chat earlier. I think it's good that they caught that now and is willing to fix it now than for it to be a problem later. I mean, it's only a couple of weeks, so I mean, yeah, I mean, you want it now, right? But No, PoE to the early access or whatever is delayed. Not the main release, which I actually don't even know when the main release is. Next year sometime. Yeah, I figured it would be next year. But like, are we talking about like summer release, or like summer release would be pretty baller, honestly. Mainly from a extremely biased position. Summer release would be like amazing for me. We'll just make the lures, sure. Any interest from you in Veilguard? What is Veilguard? Yeah, but it's already momentum for cutthroat skills. If I want to play a no precision pen shot, barrage, or rapid fire, there's no key passive to take other than victimize, but that has its own playstyle. Yeah. Oh, the new Dragon Age game. Oh, okay, gotcha. It's not that I don't have interest. It's just I don't even know if I'll have time. That's kind of where it's kind of where I stand currently. Time has been really hard to come by at the moment. Fitting all the things in. Victimize considered a skill. Your guess is no. Funny that some things buff victimize that shouldn't. That's supposed to only buff skills, like no witness for some reason actually works for victimize when it shouldn't, technically. Am I streaming full time now? No. I still, I did kind of get back into school like part time, not full time, but part time. More so the after school activities and stuff. I actually went to we had our championships competition this past weekend, which the kids got grand champions of the day, and then my percussion kids got first place both competitions on Saturday. It was like an all day, two different events all day this past Saturday. So like I was still involved in that, but like usually I get home and I'm in like a lot of pain because I was standing for too long, unfortunately. But kind of is what it is. So I still do that and also some gig work on the side. But streaming isn't at the moment. I can't really live off of I can't completely live off of full-time streaming. We have more mobility now. Yeah. It's just that it's just there, so it doesn't prevent me from doing anything, but it just hurts. That makes sense. So like, I can like move freely at the moment, but it's just everything just hurts. Not everything. It gets hurts. But I think my brain is kind of tired of sending signals to let me know that, hey, this area is, hurting. Why you're not paying attention to me? And so like, I feel everything, but I guess the pain isn't as bad because I've gotten used to it, and my body is just like, okay, well, I guess he's not gonna do anything about it, no matter how many signals I send. So I'll still piss him off somehow, but you know, I'm not gonna, you know, stress myself, letting him know, hey, there's something wrong, and you're not doing anything about it. That's kind of where I'm at right now. Shut up, buddy. Nah. But now that the marching band season is over, I'm gonna be looking into some acupuncture and some other things. That Fist of Fate though, jeez, crafty. I mean, the guy who said what he said, all the way from China. Yeah, I believe it. That is all the way from China. Console is on the game. Totally changes everything. Like, did they do like a big, like, update for the game as they ported it to console as well? I see. Yeah, that's probably the best item you ever dropped. I could totally use a pair of gloves like that right now for other builds, but even if he's a beast in PvP, he learns so quickly. I mean, I guess, you know, he gets it from his dad. You PvP'd a lot in Destiny, right? Your build is actualized on Maxroll, yeah. I am the author of the Reign of Arrows and Maxroll written build. But yeah, yesterday, Endeavor, yeah, because when you popped in and said you were talking about my view count at the time, I don't know where all those views came from, man. Like, I didn't get any sort of like massive raid outside of like Chronics who dropped like 200. But that was like earlier in the stream. But like it just kept going up and up all the way up until like 1,200 viewers, like on their own. Like it just happened all just to be looking for something. I don't know what, but they were looking for something. You craft like 2 times a day. Sounds like the daily quota, usually. You said you know what they were looking for. I don't even start a step with this build, man. That's the weird thing about it. Like, my favorite build this season is one where I don't prioritize movement like I usually do, which is crazy. What is this? Oh, the doll? Hey, what's that? Oh, that. Got bored of Spiritborn, started making a road, done most of the builds earlier in the season, so trying to dance some nice. Gotcha. Yeah. I know people like, you know, I usually say I don't like melee builds, but like Usually, like, as long as melee builds are pretty, you know, nimble or whatever like that, I don't mind playing them. Because then I can still play them and not get hit, if that makes sense. I can like dip in and out. Like with this setup with the teleporting flurry, I can kind of like go anywhere I want. Between that and dash and like evade or whatever, I can just do whatever. So I really don't mind. It's for creating a very good build. Good job. Thanks. I see you use Fist of Fate, but a Maxroll is legendary glove. I've only started doing Fist of Fate today, but it's more so of like testing something. But yeah, I mean, regular gloves is what you should go for. But oftentimes, every stream I'm always like revisiting and saying, huh, what if I do this or what if I do that? So oftentimes I may not run the exact same setup or have the exact same everything, because usually there's always a better way to do something, usually. So oftentimes I spend time trying to find that, and not always do I find anything. Like I'm gonna go revisit Heartseeker the other day or last week, and I couldn't find anything more than what I've already did, so I kind of left that alone. But like stuff like Rapid Fire, for instance, you know, I first built it cold, and then eventually ended up going with physical, and I like the physical better for sure. What does my materials look like now? I'm like not really doing anything. Wait, what am I? Oh, all stats got increased. Somebody did a thingy. Let's check out the stats though. Not bad. Not bad amount of rawhide. I guess it's like I'm like slowly doing the mass, but I'm doing them in a way that I find fun. So I guess I don't mind. Even if it's not like, you know, the most efficient way of doing it by any means. Let's see if the people are here. Are people over there? Let me see if I can get a free whisper. Because it should make shrouds damage on exiting stuff. Snapshot buffer, dance of knives. I'd actually would assume that people would want less snapshotting, not more snapshotting. I usually hear more complaints about having to snapshot and do all these different things just to make Dance of Knives actually work versus just pushing the button and spinning to win. Usually. I'll put it that way. Nobody is here. Okay, well, I guess I'll leave too. Y'all gonna let me leave. Y'all gonna let me leave. There's always gonna be mechanics added and needed for higher pushing. I mean, needed and required, I guess, are like two different things. Well, I want to say two different things. But I mean, there's already a lot of things that people don't want to do on Dance of Knives. Already as it is, kind of sort of things. But like, I guess here's my question for you. Do you want Dance of Knives to only be relevant after you do like 6 or 7 things? Or should it just be relevant from the start? Because without all those things that technically, I guess, isn't supposed to happen, quote unquote, all the interactions that isn't supposed to be interactions, is the only reason why Dance of Knives has any sort of value on Rogue this season. You try to do any of those without, and Dance of Knives is like non-existent. Whereas other skills are not in that same category. I think a lot of channeling business ain't both, to be honest. Well, I would say more Dance of Knives than anything, because they end up nerfing some of those interactions with Whirlwind already. Because Whirlwind used to snapshot a lot more things, and those are kind of remove a lot of that, actually. Okay, what's going on? But I see what you mean. I think my thought is that I honestly feel like Dance of Knives just needs a buff. Like, just a buff. Like, just an actual buff. I'm not saying snapshotting shouldn't be a thing. I'm saying that snapshotting shouldn't be required for the build to be viable. It should be one of those things that you choose to do, and it's a little bit better if you make the choice to do it. But it should not be, oh well, Dance of Knives can't even do T4 if you don't snapshot this and do this and have this, like it just seems. And it's not only just that, but it's stuff that isn't listed in the game. It's not like the game tells you that those are necessary for the build, for the skill to actually function well. So like you have to know these things ahead of time by looking at a guide or asking someone to know what these interactions are, because they're not spelled out in the game at all whatsoever. So it's okay if those things aren't spelled out for something that isn't required. That's just, tech, right? But you have to have all those things on Dance of Knives for it to do the thing. And I think that's right now is just not good for Dance of Knives currently. It just needs to be a thing without all that. Any tickets coming in Rain of Arrows? I don't think so. I might write some stuff in terms of the pit push section or whatever, because I haven't written much there. But that's really about it. I think a healthy class can max its own glyphs, and a lot of builds can't. Right now, and it's frustrating. I agree with that. I totally agree. Yeah, but Master Worker, yeah. So nothing that I would make changes or a difference to that would mess up your materials or anything. So I do think I'll probably end up doing Fist of Fate for the 100 or something like that, but that's about it. Because Fist of Fate is unconditional damage and considerably more staggers. It's just gonna help for a build like this. Yeah, so I mean that's it really. Like nothing else would like literally change. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty solid the way it is. Busy season for Blizzard, to be honest, before season 7. I mean, to be fair, as much as I do like get on their cases about the bugs and stuff, like all the time, season 6 expansion introduced a lot of new things. So there was bound to be bugs or there's bound to be issues and things that like may have worked out well, things that didn't work out well. Like for instance, Dark Citadel was a great idea, but a lot of players don't care about mechanics to do things. It appears, right? So that's a lesson learned kind of thing. Then there's like Curious Undercity. Definitely some changes could be made there. In front of Hordes, you kind of just brought them back from season 5 with no like new changes or anything. Not Citadel was fun. Me and Mace were hoping for new mechanics weekly, so I think it's fun too. But what I'm saying is, the majority of the player base seems to not like the raid. But the general overall feedback is that. But I enjoyed it when I did it in the review copy of the game. I thought it was fun, and I don't even like group play stuff usually, and I thought it was fun. But I would say a lot of people may not have been looking for that type of gameplay. The whole like having to figure out how to do mechanics to do something or whatever. Like now, I think maybe, you said they don't like the raid. No, most people don't. But I also kind of think to myself, how much what is the actual reason? What is the biggest reason why they don't? That's probably the question. How come? Honestly, my thought is people don't really want to do the mechanics. Like, you would think, I put it this way. When I think about anything challenging coming to the game, or anything that, requires you to have to kind of like you might fail the first time or fail for a couple of times or whatnot, but you have to learn how to do the thing. Then people just don't really want to be involved with it. Like, I see more people interested in just kind of getting the reward as fast as possible, whatever that reward is. And there's more of the, how do I put this? There's more of the carry meta than anything in this game. Like when it comes to anything, when it comes to bosses, when it comes to pits, which I kind of understand the pit part of it because Spiritborn and leveling glyphs, I understand that more than anything. But the whole idea of Lilith carries or that, like, people aren't interested in actually doing the thing, but rather getting the reward for the thing being done. So Dark Citadel doesn't really play into that sort of instant gratification thing. Whereas okay, cool, new content, what can I get from it? Versus new content, oh, I have to learn how to do, new cool thing. People are looking, I don't say people, but I would say there is a rather significant portion of the player base that really wants more content sheerly for the rewards, not for the effort. That's it. So Dark Citadel requires effort. And you can't really, I won't say you can't skip the effort, but it's harder to carry people in Dark Citadel unless you're Spiritborn or whatever than this, other classes. So that's kind of where that kind of comes from. You know, people aren't looking to learn new things. They just want more content to get more rewards from, to say that they got, you know, said thing. I don't necessarily care for it being that way, but like that's kind of what I've noticed a lot in terms of the what do I call it? The player base, the culture, I guess. I don't know. There's definitely a lot of like instant gratification, not really caring about difficulty. You know, give me the thing now, sort of thing. But in like, you know, 40 different ways possible. But don't make it hard, because then I'm just gonna ask a friend or so to kind of carry me through it.
Yo, Darkside, we just got raided, son.
So I kind of feel bad for the devs.
You know how we do.
So
Drop
Rock,
my new
what's
beat
going
for
on?
these new viewers. Sheezy.
Out. Surah, what's happening? What's happening?
Serasif graded my stream with 12
Dr.
views.
Daddy Patty, what's going on? Jimex, is that alarming for you, Dai, regarding the player's preference in this game? Not really. I guess it's just it's a little disappointing. I say that only just because, generally speaking, there's usually like the complaints of something not being more complex or not being hard enough, or it's like, oh, this is too easy. You know, you play broken build, right? You play broken X build, then like the louder complaints are, oh, the game too easy, not, you know, whatever, you know, XYZ. But in the moment that the devs actually gives you something that you have to apply effort to, and then it's like, oh, well, no, I don't want to do that. And so like, obviously, I'm not necessarily siding with the devs on this particular thing, but what I will say is that, like, if I was a dev, I wouldn't know what to do. Like, how do you bring in content that's engaging, but also please the players that want instant gratification from said content? So, like, that's the hard part. But Ciroc, hope everything was good, man. Sorry, I was like in the middle of a conversation a little bit. So like, I don't know. Like that's kind of where that resides, and so like, it just makes it where efforts like the Dark Citadel, you know, like what makes the devs want to do that again, right? Or make content like that or anything along those lines. Right. So the players that want instant gratification don't know what they want, but they're also the loud the loud minority too. So like, but like I said, you can kind of tell in terms of like the game itself, like the clientele, I guess, of the game. It's probably a better word to say than clientele. But you can tell, like, I mean, obviously, when you have content creators, streamers, and blasters making billions of gold on just carrying alone, that kind of tells you what people want or are after. Like, if people were more interested in, oh, well, you know, I'll just do it myself or I'll figure it out myself, then streamers wouldn't, or streamers, content creators, and blasters wouldn't be able to make that much gold off of selling runs, right? But the fact of the matter is, people get rich off of selling those runs because there's a lot of people that want those carries. So it's like, if that audience didn't exist, then what I'm saying wouldn't be true, right? I mean, it kind of circles back to need to carry to even match the on 90% of builds. Well, but this, sorry, Nene, this actually goes further than that though. Like this is before the expansion. It wasn't just season 6. It's been like this for since the launch of D4. Like the amount of Lilith carries we had in preseason going on, like just to say that they got the achievement, even though they didn't technically they didn't technically kill Lilith, but they won the achievement to say that they say that you did kill Lilith. Like, I mean, this has been going on way before season 6 was a thing. I'm not saying you're not wrong with the whole Spiritborn thing and the glyph thing. I mean, that's also true, but I'm just saying that this idea has always been the case in this game. And that's why I feel like things like Dark Citadel has a hard time existing in the climate of the the player base of the game right now, because, well, like I said, how do you make challenging, engaging content while providing instant gratification at the same time? That takes less than a minute to do. On the contrary, I tried to kill Lilith for a few hours yesterday. The only fun, she doesn't drop anything, but she does give you a spark, or she's supposed to. That's about it. I think that's the exact reason Dark Citadel should exist. I guess I can see that, DT. Don't get me wrong. Like I actually like the Dark Citadel. I think more so what I'm saying is that I think the players who there's a pretty significant portion of the player base who don't like the new content. And I'm just kind of going over the reasons why. Oh, she didn't give you a spark? You might want to call management, man. She's supposed to give you a spark, actually. Honestly. You get it automatically now? Oh, okay. Well, never mind then. I don't know. I played solo hardcore just to start, so I really didn't experience that. Well, yeah, of course. But I mean, yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's just the way the game was, or has been for a while, man. That's why, like, again, like, if I was a dev, what to do with creating new things content-wise that would please the main portion of your player base, I guess you could say. And that's a hard one. That's a hard one, actually. Not saying that they got a lot of things right. Cuirass definitely needed some work. Gauntlet was a complete failure. AOZ was mostly a failure. They've got some things wrong, but at the same time, it's like, you fell in your chair for that. Call management. New modes for fun for friends and annoying for everyone else. Well, see, that's the thing. Is it Nene? Is that get that right? Is that 3 or E? That's the thing, though. Like, people want Dark Citadel to be more rewarding, right? But if you make it too rewarding, then they're gonna people who don't want to learn the mechanics are gonna be upset because they feel like they have to learn the mechanics to get set reward. So to bypass mechanics, they ask for carries. Therefore, a lot of people aren't going to really learn the mechanics. They're just going to get carried to get the reward because it's instant gratification. You see what I'm saying? That's the loop. So, I do think the rewards are really weak. But if you up the rewards, all you're doing is just paying. You're just upping the pockets of content creators and streamers and like blasters, because now they have a new form of, making gold. Oh, you want this really cool thing from Dark Citadel? Well, PM me, I got you. The experience matters more to me. But I agree. Like I said, I'm with you, Nate. Like I 100% agree with you personally. Right. But I do think that the way, like, that mentality is definitely in the minority for players that play this game. I'll put it that way. Like I said, I'm not over exaggerating. You can just legit ask any blaster how much money they made off of carries in the past since launch. And the answer is like, I think Dark Citadel will be more appreciated in PoE. Yeah, very true, actually. That's a very true statement. Like, very true. I think I'm gonna go try to get the chest over here. Just read your message? No, you can't. You can't. You can't make me. You can't make me. Jerry Craig said, yo, what's your thoughts on Distant as a season? Play hardcore, started recently and found it very satisfying to play. Well, I mean, if you like it, keep playing it. I'm kind of a little burnt out on Spin the Win from Diablo 3. I know that probably sounds super weird to say, but I made thousands of hours of God 6, Demon Hunter. And honestly, I kind of like God 6 a little bit, well, quite a bit more than Dance of Knives, for it being roughly the same thing. So, like, when they introduced the new skill, I immediately knew I wasn't going to really be that interested in playing it. Not because there's anything wrong with it, but I don't know. Well, like I said, just kind of burnt down on the Spin the Win already. You're too nice to people who want everything without wanting to put minimal effort in these games. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, just let's make this work. The thing is that at the end of the day, games are, well, for fun. And so everybody's way of having fun is different, right? Some people's way of having fun is, like I mentioned earlier, the bigger number, the bigger yellow number, the more fun. Some people is like, oh, the mechanical stuff for certain builds is the fun I have. For some people, it's the economy, the trading economy. Well, how much can I, manipulate the market with such and such things? That's their version of fun. So the trading might be their fun. So people play things for different reasons. So it's impossible to kind of have a right or a wrong way to approach an action RPG like this. I will say that, like, I have a preference, right? Just like everybody has a preference on what they prefer, their fun to be. But I don't know if there's any right way. Like, there is no, like, my way of fun is better than your way of fun, right? And that's kind of what makes it hard for a game like this, because it's not a competitive game, so there's no standard, right? It literally is just kind of all, like, opinionated and perspective at the end of the day, right? So my perspective would be different than, I would say, a lot of people's, like, perspective. Like, I'm more on the board of, sure, yellow numbers are pretty, but I'm more concerned about the mechanics and gameplay of said builds and skills than I am about the yellow numbers, or about what other classes are doing. Like Spiritborn, for instance. Like, yeah, Spiritborns are way OP or whatever, but they don't really affect my fun factor in most cases. And, like, I'm okay. Like, I won't quit the game as, you know, because they're that strong. This is fine. But, you know, others might feel a different way. You know, or some people feel like, well, I gotta play the strongest class, so hop on Spiritborn. You know, me, nah, I don't feel that way, but others might. So I think that's kind of the thing, you know, like. Now, if I will say that if D4, if this was a competitive game with like, you know, like leaderboards attached and like sponsorships was a thing, and it's like an esport or something, now you have to have a standard. Now it's kind of like, you know, it's not just really about just the fun factor per se, but rather what's good for the game to remain an esport for X amount of time, so Blizzard can milk the profits of said, you know, it being an esport, right? Then that's a little different story. But because this is legit, literally marketed as a, you know, pick a character, kill demons, loot, log off, then it's like, what's the true way of doing it? What's the best way of doing it? What is the preferred way? What is the way that is the correct way of doing it? See what I'm saying? So I can understand multiple sides of the coin, even if I personally represent one side of that coin, or well, there's only two sides of a coin. But you get what I'm saying. I really want to choose solo self found. I do too. I would love that. J-Max said, I grind this for 5 hours and got nothing. I'm out. Is that what you want me to read, J-Max? I read like 5 minutes late, 10 minutes late. Any tips on if I don't know how not to get one shot by Lilith? Chances are I will look at your resist, your armor and resist, and make sure that they're capped for the torment that you're trying Lilith on. Would be the first thing I would advise. So make sure that those are capped before fighting Lilith. Other than that, it kind of is more so learning the mechanics. Learning not to get hit by the things that she does, the waves and stuff. It does take a little time to learn to fight, especially like if you're brand new to it. It does take a little time to actually learn to fight. But you shouldn't be getting one shot anymore. She used to like be a one shot in a lot of cases, but not anymore. Not unless you're just undergeared. Is it Schwigen? Is that how I say it? You said well said. Oh, thanks, man. Like I said, I try to be as non-biased as possible, but I'm human. So there'll be a little bit of bias no matter what I try, but like, you know, I can understand it from multiple perspectives. The build command should work. Try it again. Oh, there it is. It was just laggy. Oh, whoops. I've never seen this seller before. What? Yo, I've never seen this before. Wait. We're here. Stop messing things up. Bro, go away. Wait. I've never done this before. This is the first. Okay, so hit. Hit right here. Okay. And hit. Oh, boo. Okay, I failed. Oh, no. No, bro, stop running over the thing. Go away. this mercenary screwing things up. Okay, go around. Yo, this merc is really, okay, got that. No? Okay. Or, actually, let's go around this way. Hit that. Okay. Cool. Right here, adding an extra layer of difficulty. I had to like walk around the vat to kind of give them the like not V like right there or something. What's my favorite rogue build? Right now, Rain of Arrows. I like how different it plays compared to a lot of other rogue builds. It's funny because I'm more of a ranged rogue, like bow rogue in general. So Rain of Arrows is technically a bow skill, but like you're kind of playing it in like pseudo melee range for the best effect. It gets a lot of fun. You love rapid fire right now? Rapid fire is usually my go-to. That's the thing. Like I love, well, how difficult it is to play. It's not an easy build to play. And I love these skill shot. I don't like the ring still. The whole lava effect still kind of pisses me off, but I like rapid fire in general. That's a skill. Super, what's going on? I haven't seen him in the hot minute, man. How you been? Since June. Yeah, that's a while. How's the new expansion? Is it fun? New expansion is really good. It's got some issues, don't get me wrong, but it is headed in the right direction with a lot of things. It just needs some tune-ups. I'll put it that way. Tune-ups on what's already there. But they seem to have a good idea of where of like where they want to go with the game, and I don't dislike it by any means. You can't swap rapid fire for Flurry. What do you mean? What do you mean Wukeas? You mean like in this build? Yeah, CSU still alive and kicking it. Glad to see. Yeah, I'm still here. We growing little by little. It's happening. In your build, yes. But I guess my thing. So the thing is Wukeas, like, you can like trade rapid fire or Flurry for rapid fire, but I guess at the end of the day, is like, why would you want to? The Flurry, I can dash around the map, proc vulnerable very easily, heal. I can heal myself. I can proc trick attack super easily. It just allows me to do multiple things, like multiple benefits, whereas rapid fire would be kind of clunky to fire from a distance to do the same thing. But you can. But then you'll also cast your Rain of Arrows slower because rapid fire has a longer animation than Flurry does. So no, I'll go ahead and pick up the rest of the stuff while I'm here. I'll pick up that. PoE 2 just got delayed about 3 weeks. Yeah, I heard. It's for the better. Will rapid fire consume precision? Yep, that too. That's the other problem. Lynn Steakhouse. Let me ask you a question. What's your favorite steak? What's your favorite cut of steak? Ooh, Wagyu. Nah, man, it's gotta be ribeye. There you go. Lynn Steakhouse got it. Yeah. That's how I feel the same way. Ribeye is where it's at. It's so flavorful, man. Said no love. I mean, there might be one other person that might like that might like it. I don't know. They're just really, I guess where I live at, there really isn't really any like places that serve that. So it's like I don't really have much of experience with that. And I'm not really like a great cook by any means, so I wouldn't even like try my hands at trying to cook one of those. But oh, you're Portugal? Okay, gotcha. Actually, about to run out of my whatchamacallit. Okay, we had some fun at Helltide. We'll do something else now. Dude's always asking why he gets getting 308 in hordes. He's level 60 at 45 Paragon. Not a single person told him Paragon. I mean, yeah, I guess Paragon has to do with it, but also at the same time though, like on T1, even without that much Paragon, you can get a little bit more than that, but it also just depends on the build too. Like not all builds, especially at that early level, it's just gonna be able to like hit enough things to really like make it work. So like, now of course the T4 obviously, yeah, your Paragon is gonna matter significantly more. But I guess if you're just doing like, if he's doing like in front of Horizon like T1, which I assume he would be given this Paragon, then yeah. And 308 is actually not that bad for T1 level 60 45 Paragon. Like that's actually not that bad. Unless you're Spiritborn. Then of course it's like that's like tragic, horrible. Oh, he's 145. Oh, I thought it was 45. I was like, oh. 145 level 60. Yeah, well. Yeah, I mean that could be a build thing too though. And also picking the wrong boons. Like sometimes, you know, obviously good boons don't spawn, but then sometimes it's really just picking the wrong boons or not knowing which ones are good. Like those things are a thing he may not know. Because if he always gets 300, then like it literally could just be that he's either not getting any good boons or legit picking the wrong ones too. Because then that's consistently not getting it good. But then again, like, you know, more data needs to be had. Like, you know, like how much, you know, I'd personally ask a lot more questions. But you know how Reddit is. Where's I said, I know what you mean, but eventually get to the point where the game will just show you the end credits with the big congrats, 2 billion, a 200 bill banner, and it'll be in the gameplay. TNT for him. Got a 7.8 second Umbra with vulnerable damage GA. Let's go. Very nice. Congrats. Trying to stay positive for a change. BBQ meat is damn good. You're right. Like you said, nothing beats smoked brisket. Yeah, I guess I brought up the comment about steaks because of Lynn's Steakhouse, like the name. Every time Lynn pops in, I'm like hungry. Every time, never fails. To the point where I think Lynn does it on purpose. Lynn knows. The rest of my I would assume it wouldn't be like your actual name, right? Every name on the internet is usually a alias of some sort, right? A nickname or a username. So I call you Lynn because that's the name you pick for the Twitch chat. For Twitch, right? So you're Lynn for Lynn's Steakhouse. I don't think I have a Lynn Steakhouse. That sounds like a local steakhouse, right? Yeah, the local steakhouse chains, man, are like the best. There was this one family-owned steakhouse where I used to live. I used to go all the time. It was so good. Oh, J-Mac, you in Texas? Does the proc on the Beast Fall boost matter? Nope. Doesn't matter at all. In fact, that boot is mainly completely useless outside of the first half of the unique affix on the boot. That's the only reason why we take the boot, unfortunately. And bring you there? I'm not in Texas. I am not in Texas. Oh, the US of A. Oh, that's right. You're not even the U. Oh, that is right. Yeah, you're not. You're not. You're not in America. Say, so how you know about Lynn's Steakhouse? That's what I'm saying. How you know about Lynn's Steakhouse? Googlers beat Google. Am I regenerating resource? Invigoration. And also casting the ultimate. Not sorry, invigoration. Having the brain fart here. Innervation ranks. There you go. But it's mostly I'm spending all my energy with beast falls boots. But when I cast my ultimate, I also gain most of the energy back as well. So several different sources. How do you know for sure you prop precision before ultimate? Honestly, I just listen to the Flurry casts. Basically, every 2 casts of Flurry has me stack precision full time, 400% of the time. So it's almost like combo point. The way that I think about it, I think about it as if I'm doing a combo point build, but a 2-to-1 ratio. There are times where I might do 1-to-1, like on the boss or something like that, just so that I can get more stagger to happen. Quicker. But that's really about it. So I'm actually listening for the Flurry attack. They almost got me there. Need to eat now. I hate you guys. It's all Lynn's Steakhouse fault. Advertising Lynn's Steakhouse. Sound all good. Picking the best cut of meat at the same time. Yeah. It's all Lynn's fault. Okay. Not bad. kind of have a loop now. I won't say a loop, but like doing a little bit of everything. It seems like. No, I'm kind of having fun doing it. No, not just one thing. Until I, not get my master working on my Kyle Nameless because it still eludes me for whatever reason. Because the game hates me. How many whispers do I have right now? I guess let's go ahead and grab that one real quick. Perry's and Del Frisco's. I've been at Del Frisco's. Also been to Morton's and also Ruth Chris. Thing is, I don't even like remember my experience at Ruth Chris though, which probably says a lot. Although I remember the food being good, I just it just maybe not like a memorable experience for the price point. But I used to there was this girl that I used to like. We never like dated, like just like way back. And she loves some Ruth Chris and she would go all the time. Like it was almost like a staple for her. It was like a favorite restaurant. And like I had to kind of remind her that like Ruth Chris isn't like a restaurant that people just go to regularly to eat. That you're definitely in a class of your own versus many of your friends and and everyone. If because I mean she always kind of like say that like her family is like regular or normal or like that. I'm like, bro, if your parents can afford Ruth Chris all the time and not bat an eye, you're not nah. Not enough for it to be your favorite restaurant that you go to all the time. No, we're not the same. We are not the same. With Chris, for a larger portion of the population, it's like a save up for like a Valentine's date type thing, or like maybe once a year experience or whatever. Take your mom out to Mother's Day type thing. Not a, hey dad, I'm hungry, let's go to Ruth Chris. She did not like me saying that, but it was true though. I mean, it was absolutely true. Because you see the way my bank account is. I'm just saying, like, I mean, nothing wrong. I mean, nothing wrong with her enjoying what she did. I'm just saying, like, no. Grew up on top ramen. every college kid's meal of choice, pretty much. It has some off brands that actually wasn't that bad either. But yeah, Top Ramen was where it was at. Local butcher, 30+ day, dry age, cook it at home in the cast iron, better than that wet age, overpriced, ruthless. If you're just getting a small dish and the side is fine to go once a week, you start adding in drinks and apps and it turns into $300 or $400 meal quickly. Well, yeah, but she would always get steak though, and it was always like sirloin steak, well done. So like it was already like she was already committing crimes of just indirect proportions, right? Yeah, you heard right. You heard right. Yes, she liked eating. Yeah, she liked eating yogurt. Yes, it's exactly what I said. So that puts a little extra emphasis on the fact that like you're making your parents pay for an overpriced hockey puck, basically. I'm just saying. Nah, she was a cool person though. Like she was cool. We just obviously grew up in way two different households. I put it that way. Was she black? Yeah, she was. Which I guess explains the whole Well Done, but not like I said. So I grew up on Well Done, not because of his choice, but because I didn't know any better, and my mom would always just make us do, like I think she allows us to do like medium well one like at some points, but like we were robbed of the steak experience when we were younger. I don't know like if my brother's still in chat, he could tell you. But yeah, like we grew up on Well Done because we just didn't know any better. But like I mean, once you got like once you're in college or whatever like that, at that point there really is no excuse. But like if you grew up on it and you're not paying for it, I mean you can't really say anything, right? But hate me, but you prefer Well Done. I used to work at a steakhouse myself at one point, Longhorn Steakhouse for a bit, and like I would always cringe. Like if you want to get your sirloin well done, that's fine because it's a sirloin. I mean, there's really no good way to make a sirloin to begin with. I mean, the fact that you chose sirloin already, you've already. The cow won't be disappointed that like that you did whatever you're about to do to it, right? But you're sitting there ordering like porterhouses and like like filet, like well done. Then like I mean that's just crime against humanity, man. That's just what's the sirloin exactly? What do I want to put in this stash? I got so much stuff just kind of just chilling here. Render Vero, build the boost you want. Do you want a perfect unique? Nope. That part doesn't matter at all. In fact, the entire boot does not matter in terms of stats is concerned. Like it just doesn't. The only thing you really care about, I guess, is just having a GA on movement speed because it's hard to get movement speed elsewhere. But that's it. Every other part of that boot is just literally fluff that literally doesn't matter. Not even the ultimate cooldown matters because you're already capped and you can't go below 10.25 as it is. So even that doesn't matter. Anonymous gifter with the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate you, sir. Wait, where did I teleport from? Probably nowhere. Alright, we're gonna go back to that Infernal Horde. For Cal, it's better to have 2 GA. Okay, so for Cal, so call me. So Bob, the unique ethics doesn't matter there either. Like it literally has no bearing. You can get a 20% and you won't care. That particular helm is only for the trick attacks and unstable elixir. That's it, but mainly trick attacks. You're welcome. Does this kill boss fast enough? Like are you talking about like Duriel and Endario and those things, or no? LeBob James. He's the first of all. Still using your Heartseeker build, Oxide. Do I change to rain because it's more damage? That's up to you. Do you feel like you're not doing enough with Heartseeker right now and the content that you play? Or do you not? Are you feeling like you don't have fun with Heartseeker? If that's the case, then for sure, change it up. But I can't tell you what to change or should you change. That has to be up to you and how you play the game. Are those build guide gloves? At the moment, I'm just messing around with Fist of Fate. Oftentimes, like, I may not play the exact same way that I have in the build guide just because there's still things to experiment with. So if I find a better way of doing things, I have to, test it out or, try it in a sense. And if I think it's better, I make the update on the guide. If not, I go back to what I was doing before. So right now I have Fist of Fate. But I do think that there is a strong case for Fist of Fate for Infernal Hordes because you do want to have them frozen faster because you're not sitting in one spot casting rain. So actually the quicker that they're CC'd, the better here. But that's for Infernal Hordes. That won't be the case for everything, right? Like Nightmare Dungeons, that doesn't matter, etc. So like, Marina, what's going on? Shamiz, what's happening? You should see me walking the streets of Paris. Also, Kingness, what's happening? When you switch to World Tier 3? When you can farm Pit 50, I think? Fast. Like if you can clear Pit 50 fast, then you can switch to World Tier 3. If not, stay in World Tier 2. You ever figure out if Frostfeeder was worth it on Rapid Fire or other road builds? I haven't tried it on other road builds. But I am finding that I think like as I'm...
Shut up and take my money!
Dolimar 2366
with the ditties.
500.
Appreciate you.
I used your rapid fire build to solo the world boss for the first time. Thank you for the build.
Oh, nice. Cool, cool. I bet that was fun. What's my critical strike damage? Like 4,800. But yeah, So like in terms of Frost Feeder is concerned, I haven't got a clear answer as of why, like what Frost Feeder is actually doing. So I'm still kind of like sketchy about it, which is why I haven't like said much. I don't like adding something that I don't really have any sort of proof, like you know, like tangible proof that it's doing what it's doing. Like I've noticed that I've had bigger damage spikes, but I don't understand why. So that's why I haven't really made the updates on my guide. In fact, I actually went back to fluidity today just to kind of play a day without it, since I played yesterday and the day before yesterday with it. Yeah, Shamish, I don't know which Flurry build you're playing, but it sounds like you're playing like original Flurry or base Flurry with the poison imbue, I think. But it's really not poison Flurry, I think, right? Like, are you playing momentum Flurry, Shamish? Maxroll version, okay. All right, so yeah, momentum Flurry. Okay, so the poison imbue just only allows you. It is there to be able to get perks, like more attack speed, lucky hit chance, just bounty legendary node. Like that's kind of what that's there for. It's for perks. Generally speaking, the passive allows you to be able to keep up that poison imbuement like often, so you don't necessarily have to master work that. I mean, I think as long as you get like two rolls, basically, like one in ring, one in amulet kind of thing, then you have enough. But I wouldn't master work the poison imbuement. Appreciate you, Shamish, with the sub. Oh, anonymous gifter gifted Shamish with the sub. I'm gonna find out who this anonymous gifter is. He's been around for years. Reveal yourself, sir. In terms of single target is concerned, I mean, there's really nothing special other than what all other rogue builds are doing. But Flurry is always kind of like more so lacked on the single target side of things in general. Outside of overpower Flurry, of course, but that's a different story. But you're running into the similar issues or similar positives and negatives as any other rogue build when it comes to single target. I'm doing 40 fine. How much should I wait? Do I need full ancestral gear? No. For tier 3, no. You're probably gonna want uniques. Like you're gonna want to try to get the uniques for the build though. Like you do want the uniques, because I mean, generally speaking, the uniques is what makes the builds work, kind of sort of thing. So you're gonna want to like at least have the unique, even if it's not like a great version of it, but you do want to have the the unique. J Mac with the subscription to Steak. Appreciate you. Where can you find the OP Flurry build guide resource? We actually have a variation now on Maxroll. So if you go to the Maxroll Flurry build guide, there's a variation for overpower Flurry. Beware, it is extremely difficult to build into. Like very, 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 very hard to get the necessary gear for it. Appreciate the follows. We'll do Aether Lords. If I 2 GA glove, I feel that would work on some kind of build. GA crit chance. GA chance to proc vulnerable. Not really. But not expect the random build. Not everything is impossible. See shadow build, shadow dash build some den. That's actually possible. Actually, someone is willing to farm and, you know, put the energy into getting that to happen. Parallax, what's going on? 1450. Aether. Yeah, you must have had like the dream boons early. Like really early. Like the lottery boons. And of course a good build. Three surging hover, yeah. I guess I forgot the salvage before the last run. I come back and salvage the rest of this stuff. You fought Autumn Illness. You think you won? Just throw a little sword for doing better than yesterday. Nice. Well, welcome back. I got put into. That's fine. I actually do need this crossbow. Actually, vulnerable, GA vulnerable. It's funny. I don't have a GA vulnerable crossbow. All this time. Raw mass look like 13k raw. Okay, that's not bad. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and attempt the master work. right, here goes. Here comes the disappointment. Attacks. Gambits. Elixirs. Gambits. Trick attacks. Control. Rapid gambits. Okay, trick attacks. All right. There we go, y'all. Let it cook. Will it happen finally? Will it finally happen? Can I get it? I got it. Oh man, finally. It's like 3 days of doing this, man. Finally. That took forever. All right. Oof, man, that was something. All right, now I can salvage this one and get some of those masks back. A lot of the masks back actually. Cool. Cool. Now we blasting, man. Bro, y'all have no idea, man. I spent 4 days of farming mats and stuff just to try to get this thing. I have no so many mats down the drain. But we finally got it. We finally got it. Let's do some 90s, see how I feel. With a couple of changes in the fresh new helm. Oh man, really? Did I ever make him on teleport already? Wait, my chat just went away. What happened to my chat? Hold on. Oh, that's weird. My chat's not here. What happened to my chat? It just like all of a sudden stopped working, so I can't even see anything you guys are saying.
Potato.
Let me get out of here. I don't know, like my chat just all of a sudden just stopped working.
Potato. Hey.
Yeah. Wait. Strange. Let's try this again. All right, there's a chat. Okay. I don't know what happened. Use 20%. It's about 25% increase. How far in the piss have I pushed with this build? Not far. Not at all. I haven't really pushed at all. I don't really push pits. I find them quite cancerous and boring. I don't mind speed farming them, but pushing them though. 50 in 8 minutes. Yeah, that is pretty slow. I would not do T3 quite yet. You're gonna get that down like to about 4 minutes before you'll feel good in T3. Should I follow him? Oh, come on. I ran a Miles in the corner. Oh, that felt good. There was like no ads until like towards the end of that, but that felt good. Pretentious parents, what's going on? Oh, if I did another 3 minute. Oh, you mean the world boss? Yeah, it's already gone, I think. Yeah, it's already gone. To tier 3, I don't have a life rose yet in gear. I have the damage rapid fire, but occasionally get one shot, max res and armor. Any suggestions on the temporary solution to the build so you can get a higher life on gear? So when 10 minutes ago, okay. So when you're talking about one shots, like what is one shotting you? That's probably the question. It's pretty good. Can probably do pit 95. Well, yeah. I mean, I can do the 100. This build's about capable of doing like a 106, 107 ish range, maybe a little higher. I mean, 95 is not that difficult. 100 really isn't that difficult if I can get a boss with ads. Literally, the map doesn't matter. 110s. I mean, 110 might be possible with Chinese gear and like 600 or 700 tries with the perfect spirit caller, perfect map and spirit caller and like perfect rotations. 110 might be possible with Chinese gear. I mean, but at that point though, literally it's just more health. How long do you really want to? Oh, you're gonna run 110s? Well, I don't have a reason to run 110s right now. But thanks though. At the moment, I'm just kind of testing some small changes I made, and of course, this now +7 trick attack helm, which won't matter if I'm playing with the Spiritborn. Paragon said, "Oh, well, okay, that's right. Well, I guess if I did care about Paragon, then sure, but I don't. But I appreciate it though. Don't get me wrong." Like at this point, Paragon is just +5 dex for me. Past this point. I'll eventually get to 300 at some point, but that'll be like it'll just happen naturally, just because I'm playing the game. It'll be a while, and I'm okay with that. Can you suggest something for you that'd be beyond fun for this game? Sure. You know, horrors. Imagine if every wave beat it went up 10 HP, 10 damage. Were you here yesterday when I had the whole discussion of what I thought would be a nice competitive mode for Diablo 4? Just watching that PvP event. So instead of pit scaling to 150, as a metric, I guess, to try to hit or whatever, just do Infernal Hordes, forget the boons, but do Infernal Hordes, and then you basically just, you know, have what I would consider infinite waves, kind of sort of thing. So every wave it gets a little harder and harder, but every wave has every 5 waves has a milestone. So like wave 5 now Aether Lords can spawn. You know, wave 10 now there's Hellfire everywhere. Wave 15 the Butchers now spawns, kind of thing. And like those things continue as you go higher. So the higher you go and you reach each milestone, like more things are added to also make it harder and difficulty. And then basically you have an overwhelm meter. So if you don't kill things fast enough, then you fail that wave, basically. And then you can have a leaderboard based off of that. You can't fish. You're forced to play the game. No annoying 7-minute plus boss fights or boss imbalances. And then you have to learn how to deal with things when you hit milestone. You can't just go, oh well, I'm just gonna pick a build that's good at doing one thing, right? And then fish for the right situations to be able to get a clear. Like, no, your build actually have to be able to do the things that are being handed to you. So if you have a really good AoE build, but that build has no sort of resemblance on single target, well, you're gonna have to figure it out because Butcher's gonna spawn on wave 15. So, you know, you can't, if you don't kill Butcher, you know, and you get overwhelmed when that overwhelm timer goes up, then you're gonna have to figure something out. Same thing with your like a single target focus-ish build that has no like ability to be able to scale your AoE. Well, you might want to figure it out because it is hordes. So a lot of things are getting, you know, jumped at you. Sure, you can snipe elites or whatever, and like, you know, snipe Aether Lords for like, you know, to really get that timer down or get that overwhelm meter down. But you're gonna have to want to figure out some way to be able to get a little bit more AoE in your build if you want to continue to climb a little bit higher. So, I feel like that's a much better way of being able to rate your gear and like what your gear can do versus what the standards are right now. I think it's way better than like pit pushing, in my opinion. Don't you have the ear of people who can make these changes? Yeah, I can legit speak straight to the devs. I actually plan on mentioning this before. Mid-season balance soon. Yeah. I'd say in about the next 2 weeks or so, we'll see a mid-season balance patch with mini bug fixes and balance changes and stuff. The bad guy was crying. He wasn't able to get aspects for his jaw. I mean, yeah, I would totally love that change that. Yeah, I'm gonna make a big post about it. I think a lot of the Diablo partners will probably agree with this. Like, will probably agree with it too. 'Cause, I mean, a lot of them really hate fishing as well. Yeah. We actually kind of beefed up this setup, man. This is actually going pretty smooth for 90s. 3-minute 90s now. Let's go. Sorry, I'm a little bit more excited about that than like pushing. Like I like high level speed runs, if that makes sense. That's super cool because it will require new builds, so new opportunities for creators. Maybe it comes out to reset the season stars. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I just think that the current way it is right now is just doesn't really seem to be a great metric of being able to test a player's gear, other than like, and it just feels so similar to what Diablo 3 did. You know, it's kind of be nice to kind of get away from that, and you can't like, you know, you can't cherry pick or you can't fish. You can't like, you know, you have to kind of like, you know, play the situation and figure it out, and not just, oh, I'm just gonna, you know, leave. I kind of changed Glyph XP to a gray attempt and not throw this tat at the pit with it, however. Yeah, I guess. That makes sense. I'm kind of feeling the same way. Actually a pretty decent Fist of Fate, but... What are your thoughts on the number scaling? Or you mean like just like the numbers right now, how they look? I wish they would. I wish they would scale back a lot of the numbers, man. Like this whole billion, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion crap. Like honestly, I like to see damage numbers back in like the 100,000 range, maybe low millions or whatever, maybe at the top end. Maybe like even lower than now, honestly. Like yeah, I actually kind of like last epoch's like numbers per se. Like Like, those are reasonable damage numbers to look at. Okay, he just got a Stinger 150 clear. Nice. And I know he was working on it for a bit, like, because it was a hard build to try to get to 150. So yeah, I remember him saying that. It's kind of funny. My unconditional damage my conditional unconditional damage actually isn't really that bad. Like when they get like CC'd or whatever, it's really not that big of a deal. Or crowd control immune. Don't need to go or anything. At the moment, I'm good. I think when I do play a different build later on this week, I might need stuff, but I don't know exactly what I need quite yet. But I can let you know. You know what I forget to do? I forget to use unstable elixirs a lot. Like I forget to hit potion. So like stuff lasts a little longer than they normally would. I want to kind of buy a cosmetic for real, but they all look kind of underwhelming. This is the only cosmetic. Well, actually, I bought the what was it? Sylvanas one. The Sylvanas one was actually pretty cool. Scale back damage would be amazing. Oh, absolutely, man. I think these numbers are like the fact that they had the shorthanded numbers and even the shorthanded numbers look dumb does not look good for the game at all. And they attempted to scale back the numbers too, apparently. And I don't know, man. I truly don't know. With Blizzard sometimes, I just don't know. We do a few more 90s and then I'll hit up a few hundreds, I guess. And I'll only play the bosses with the ads, so it should be easy clear. At the part of our stat scores, we're giving players 3 extra main stat. What up, Boiler? Are they buff other classes tomorrow? No. Tomorrow's patch notes is like bug fixes and the Halloween event. I think I finally got like the perfect rotation for this, but I should be able to just cast 2 rains and leave. But I'm not trusting my damage. I don't know why. Yeah, it should be 2 random arrows and then go, because this should be dead after that. So I could probably shave like 30, 45 seconds off my speed time if I just trusted my damage. Love this build, man. The pinch up might do a little more. It doesn't. It does not. Pinch shot just needs help. Like pinch shot needs help in general. Pinch shot definitely needs some help. It has an identity crisis, and other builds can just has a decent amount of AOE to where you don't care about it, and way better single target. And there's just too many things in this game that just requires like decent single target damage, and that's where you just kind of just look at pinch shot and be like, you fail. Probably gonna round the mobs, I bet you. So I found that portal quite early. Did I even get the shrine? No, I didn't. Thunder Eagle. Oh, I'm gonna run the mobs. Yep. I'm gonna have to go to first floor. I'm probably looking at the first floor down Oof. What are reasonable pay expectations for Heartseeker? When I was last playing Heartseeker, I was doing about 80s in 3 minutes, roughly. It's not going to be as strong as Reign of Arrows, I'll put it that way. I spent like a minute literally backtracking to find mobs. This first time there's absolutely need you to keep tossing out those health pots. I actually kind of, that's the thing too. Like right now it's so hard to cap my resistances and things. Armor without we're here for Reign of Arrows. But Tuba would be very nice to have for like the higher pits or whatever for the unstable elixirs. Like, which makes me even more reliant on ads just so therefore I can have the pot. So it's just okay. I guess I'll go ahead and do the thing. What is it? Soothing Spice that caps me. Can't use that and at the same time. So I guess I'll just use these two elixirs. The elixir and the Soothing Spice, and that's it. Alright. I don't think I'm gonna change anything. I'm gonna just go straight for the 100. Hopefully I just get a boss with ads. Or I think might attempt the boss that doesn't have ads. We'll see. We'll see if I'm strong enough for that. Doubt it, but you ruin everything. That one mob in the corner. pretty horrible map for this. But that's okay. Oh, they didn't die over there? What do you do with your gems of mass capacity? Nothing really. Wait, they barely got scratched. Okay. Save my potions now because I'm about to spawn the boss soon, I guess. Who's the boss? Blood Bishop? I don't know if I should even play this, honestly. I guess I can play by Bishop, I guess. It's actually quite funny. This is a boss you would usually like insta skip. I guess I'll stick around for him. So that's weird. No. We're being around that corner. So like 2 more staggers will do it, I guess. I dashed right into that last hit. I saw it coming too. I don't know why I did that. Oh well. But yeah. So yeah, a boss. Yeah, actually able to do it with the boss with no ads. Actually, that's actually quite crazy. It's all good. That was a totally a personal mistake I shouldn't have made. I'll be right back. Ugh. Okay. All my stuff should be able to last towards the end. 7 minutes. Okay.
Greetings. Hello.
Yeah, like a boss with Az might be like a 2.5 minute fight, probably. I'm practically speedrunning this time. At least on the trash. I feel like I'm gonna run out of mobs towards the end. Watch. So I skipped that whole section. Run your Heartseeker build, but you can't find any amulets with plus malice. So on the build guide, there should be a facts section that has that information on it for you. Like it has backup, like fixes for you to try to go for. Okay, how am I not hitting things here? I'm running low on potions. I need to start picking up potions. I got to the boss. I got to the boss in 4 minutes. Yeah. That's it. That still didn't spawn. Or do conduits exist to make you want to uninstall? Hey, Spirit Caller. Trying to get him to spawn some ads first though. Spawn some ads. There we go. Come on up. I should have waited actually. I don't know why I like kept doing this. I should wait for them to spawn more ads. Probably could have like a 5 or 6 minute 100 clear. Bring them down. And there's your 100. What was that, like 6.5 minutes? 6.5 minutes? Sub 6. Would have been sub 5 had I played that right actually. Like literally sub 5 if I would just waited for the ass to spawn like the second time and the third time instead of just being impatient. All right, well. My drink. I love this song. Those days stream with the commercial so I didn't hear it die. Oh, so yeah, Craig, what I'm saying is that like the affixes or whatever or the alternative affixes are on the Maxroll site. Under facts or whatever. Because like we know you're not gonna get the triple passive or the GA Dex, Malice, Frigid Finesse type ordeal. It's almost impossible amulet to find. Doc said when I accidentally pull a conduit, I just go and walk the dog and feed the fish. I won't die, but I definitely won't kill anything either. Pretty much. I just take a drink break usually. I just stand there and just take a drink break. Looks good. I was watching Rudy do Dev Trap earlier. I think before your build looks more fun and more powerful. Well, it is a precision build. So precision builds scale, especially when you have ads, as you saw. Yeah, I'd probably say honestly, now that I did that run, like that's kind of like the run you want, kind of like the spiders or like that. But you want an open map, so I didn't have an open map, which is bad. But the mob type was good, and of course Spirit Caller. But generally speaking, if I had to give my opinion on like how far this can go, given that 100, I'd say probably a 110. Like Spirit Caller got destroyed basically on this 100. Like it like I could have like 3 staggered him had I just waited for ads. Or whatever. Have they announced what Halloween event is yet? I think that, well, actually, I don't know. I thought they, yeah, I don't know if they actually announced the like actual event. They could say it's a Halloween event, but I don't know if they actually gave details about it. Or maybe they did. I just wasn't paying attention. Ah, man. All right, well, I guess I'll clip that or highlight that at some point and just put it on the channel. So when people say, hey, can this build do a 100? It's like, sure, here. Do I think Druid's Petrifier Rune is not viable? There's no reason to if I'm already casting Ring of Arrows a bunch. What does that rune give me? I know it says crit damage, but it doesn't actually give you crit damage. If it did, I would take it. It's just a stun. No, it says crit damage, but it's leftover text from when they nerfed it. Before it does not give you crit damage. It would be best in slot if it did for a build like this for sure, but it actually does not give you any crit damage at all. It's literally just a stun. Otherwise, I totally 100% would use it. Oh, kind of really don't know what I really want to do now, honestly. We'll grab a few whispers, maybe in Inferno Horde or two, and then I might call it for the night. What time is it for you right now? 2:29 a.m. Sure, yeah, I'm a night owl for sure. Yep, absolutely. Rooftop playing it safe with this gamble. Where am I going? See, how's that? I mean, it was worth it, right? Had I not said nothing, you would have been gambling like +7. Gamble 7, gamble 8. It's totally worth, wasn't it? But since I convinced you to do it, I gotta do it too. And I lost all. Oof.
See some steel you need. Use it well.
All right, we'll do Inferno Horde. Do I have a 10-1? Keep it up as a 10. No, I don't have a 10-1. Boo. Tonics, what's going on? Waiting for S tier Rogue. Yeah. That's it, man. Just remove Spiritborn from the game, and Rogue has like 6 S tier builds. By comparison. Gonna play Death Trap Rogue again. Is it viable? Yeah, that's good. That's good this season. I mean, Death Trap is fine. I mean, if you really want to play Death Trap, I mean, it's viable. I think he likes the style of it, and it totally works this season. In fact, all the ultimates actually are doing pretty well, except for, well, Shadow Clone. Shadow Clown. Shadow Clown will always be Shadow Clown forever. Yeah, see the overpower road build? I have. Which one is stronger in my point of view? Well, what's the other thing you're comparing it to? You said overpower rogue, and you said which one is stronger. What is the other one? Appreciate the follows. Oh, from all builds? Oh no, rapid fire is stronger. Precision builds are going to be stronger because precision scales better in general with gear at the end of the day. So like rapid fire will be the strongest. I actually think Rent of Rails is probably the second strongest. Again, because it's a precision build based off of trick attacks. Dance of Knives would be like literally right behind it. I'll put Overpower Flurry as probably fourth. But they're all like really, really close. It's just a matter of whatever you feel like playing. The difference between the tiers are like maybe like 1 or 2-ish. Nothing that, you know, would be like, oh, I'm going to play that instead because it's 2 tiers stronger. Like, it's nothing like that. Is Advanced Flurry better for boss red fights? The one that stacks your damage, yes. You don't need teleport for bosses, so. Dumb question, do you have any extra rogue gear with GAs? I kind of cleaned out my stash earlier, so most of the stuff I have is stuff I've already like mashed or worked or whatever. I don't think I have any like extra sitting around. Also depends on the build that you're playing. It's been random looking to build a PC. It's been a while and GPUs seem to have gotten out of hand. Any opinions on AMD versus NVIDIA? I guess it just depends on what you're trying to do. Like what games are you gonna play, and what's the rest of your setup? Like, will you be running a 4K monitor or 1440p? What kind of games do you normally play? Those all matter a bit. Yeah. Honestly, depends on what, like I said, it really depends on what you're playing. Like if you're not planning on using like DLSS for the most part, on all your games, you know, on like a 4K monitor, honestly, I would just go with AMD. Like for the price point and things. But if you are planning on trying to like, you know, stretch your system, I guess you could say, and whatnot, I would definitely pick up an NVIDIA GPU. If you're content creating though, if you're you know, doing YouTube videos or streaming or whatever like that, then you pretty much want to go NVIDIA for sure. You want to do content? Yeah, NVIDIA definitely has a head. Is better on with that for content creators for sure. Although I guess the current GPUs or the current generation GPUs, both AMD and NVIDIA both support AV1 and encoder. So like you can go with up. I've had both. I'll put it that way. So like I have experience with both current gen AMD and NVIDIA, and like I would prefer NVIDIA for like content creation, and if I wanted to like, you know, push my 4K monitor to 144, those kind of things, using the upscaling or whatever, it's just better on an NVIDIA. But if that isn't your plan, if you're like on the 1440p monitor or whatnot, honestly, I would just go AMD. Because with AMD, you won't even need any upscaling or super sampling, whatever, and their rasterization stuff is actually better than NVIDIA's, believe it or not. Just NVIDIA's is just kind of miles ahead on the upscaling. So like I said, it just depends. Like, you know, buy what you need, not what everyone else has, or, you know, it's kind of like, oh yeah, this thing can do this and do that and do this, and at the end of the day, it's like, what are you using it for? What do you need? What do you need it for? Honestly, I probably would have kept my AMD GPU had it not been for like NVIDIA like sponsoring my stream twice, and they gave me a 4080 because I didn't have a NVIDIA GPU when they actually wanted to sponsor me. So I'm like, I can talk about NVIDIA for you, but you know, but I kind of need an NVIDIA card. Just saying. And it's like, oh yeah, we can handle that for you. I'm like, okay. 'Is pin shot able to do a pit 100? With some fishing, yeah. I mean, if you're willing to fish with some really good gear, yeah, you can eventually get there. To be honest, if I'm doing streaming, I probably have a second PC running around. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, yeah. I'd probably would suggest like an AMD card, honestly, for what you're trying to do. Also, if you pair it with the AMD CPU, you can do a what's it called, direct something, lower your latency. But doing so, it's actually kind of neat or cool. It doesn't make that big of a difference, but enough. Rockland with the get this up, appreciate you. I would definitely do a AMD CPU though, for sure though. 7900X. What do I have? I think I have the 7800 3DX. Yeah. Get that one. Yes, this CPU, that CPU is like amazing. Best CPU I've ever owned. Love it. Wouldn't trade it for anything. $7,900. Is it XT or XTX? I would just go ahead and just go for the XTX, honestly. Get the XTX. Honestly, you're gonna want the more. You're gonna want the memory to kind of future proof your system. Is it XT? Oh, you already have it already, or yeah? If you can get an you could probably get an XTX for like $50 more. I would totally suggest you do that if you can. Cause because like there is a pretty big difference between an XT and an XTX. Like, so if you can get it if you can get one for like $50-ish more, maybe no more than $100 more, like it is absolutely worth. Like I said, that's gonna help like future proof your system for the most part. Not like crazy future proof, but enough to where like any games you play that's going to require like just a ridiculous amount of memory, you've already kind of got that covered. Yeah, I guess what else do I want to like remaster work at this point? Probably this both swords. Really, I can crank out some more crit damage. Also get a better sword. Better sword would be nice. I can get a Geo on the decks. Although I guess it's not gonna be that big. It's not gonna be that big of a difference though, because already the the decks here. But yeah, getting the right masterworks here would have been nice. Doing the 5800X with the 4080 Super. I'm gonna wait for AM6 to upgrade. Yeah, I probably would too. Is 950 too much for the graphics card? Well, you were paying what? But it was you said it was 700, right? So like, XTX shouldn't be $250 more. Nah, that I wouldn't do it. Not for that. No. Shop around. I'm pretty sure you can get an XTX. So like, has to be like around like low 800s. Easily. You don't need all the ultra like LED light show stuff on your graphics card, man. At least in my opinion, I think that's a waste. But then again, I don't really look at my PC a lot. It just kind of sits underneath my desk. So like all the light show stuff is just stuff that I don't like really want to pay money for. Tiachi. Hold on. Let me check something real quick. Yeah, bro, you can get. Yeah, I'm right. I guess literally just decided to go on Amazon real quick, just to check a couple of things. Like, you can literally get a Sapphire X 7900 XTX for like $799. You can get an XFX one for $869, which actually isn't a bad price. Yeah, I wouldn't go into like. Yeah, but not 950. No, I wouldn't do that. Deals in New York. Yeah, go check that, man. Like go like yeah, don't be definitely don't. Nah. Cause I mean at that price point you might as well look at the 4080 Super. You see what I'm saying? Like actually let me see what's out there. Yeah, I'm right. So yeah, so like yeah, at that price point where you're looking at 950, you can get like you can get a 4080 Super for $999. See what I'm saying? So it's like I mean at that if you're gonna go that price point, you might as well just do the 4080 Super. If you're trying to like stay within like $800 range, it's just then like definitely go for the XTX. All right, so I got 9 out of 10. Let's see if anyone's over there for me to get a free whisper. But today's Nerf Spiritborn going out of choice of billions. Spiritborn isn't getting nerfed today. Like, there's nothing in the patch notes that says Spiritborn is getting any sort of nerfs at all. Hope you guys are playing more heavy games than just D4. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I guess for his price point, the XTX makes the most sense. Because then he can play, you know, more advanced things, but he wouldn't need anything as strong as some of the other options. What class and build would you recommend after you play Necro and Spiritborn? That's hard for me to that's hard for me to tell you because I don't know what you like and what you don't like. Like your styles and play. Oh wow, gone. L-Tech. Is the Whisper still there though? Okay, so that Whisper is still there. Would you recommend me to buy this because I ain't played something like this, only Lost Ark? If you like Lost Ark, you would. I'd say you would like this too. It's definitely a little more friendly. I put it that way. Easier to get into than Lost Ark. But understand that this isn't an MMO, so like, you're not gonna have as many social features and stuff as you would say like an MMO or kind of thing. It's more of a looter. You really like zooming in big AoE. Well, that literally sounds like Ranavero's Rogue. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not like trying to be biased or anything, but legit, that's exactly what that sounds like. Was it like single player? Not necessarily single player per se, but I mean, you can obviously play in groups and do group activities, but like MMOs are specifically like group stuff, and you know, like the majority of stuff is around groups. So like, don't expect raids. Well, we did have one raid ish. Yeah, it's more of like an action game with RPG elements, I guess is probably the best way to be. Is that the build I'm playing? Yes. It's not super zooming. Yeah, but he says he said big AoE. And it's hard not to sit there and look at Ranavero's and then be like, okay, that's definitely not big AoE because it kind of is. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I think I'm gonna just kind of chill for the rest of the bit. I might actually like clip that that 100 clear, the sub 6 minute 100 clear for a bit. I might actually post a video. I post it as a video. Just so that I have something for people to say, you know, you ain't do this build 100 yet. It can't do 100 yet. Kind of shut those people up for a bit. And of course, being sub 6 minutes means obviously there's a lot of headroom. And it's like, oh, I can totally go a lot farther if I wanted to. But I'm simply not going to do that. I hate pushing. But anyways, I guess what would we do tomorrow? Maybe I'll kind of build into some physical barrage. Physical precision barrage, maybe. I still have to farm for some mats though, because I have to you know, enchant and masterwork the gear for that stuff. Also, probably have to find a good amulet too, man. I forgot. Playing Rain of Rails, the amulet is like so easy. Got Rain of Rails written down by the time to play a Spiritborn. Well, you said after Necro and Spiritborn, so very overpowered. Well, it's called overpower Flurry because you're doing overpowered crits. That's where the name comes from. But hey Jay, I'm literally getting ready to head out. Sorry, dude. Yeah, I get ready to head out. But what up, man? I know. I'm sorry. You missed the 100 clear though. It was a sub 6 minute run 100. Actually, quite nutty. I guess I could stay for a little bit. What time is it? 3 o'clock. With Rain of Rails, yeah, Rain of Rails. I keep trying to tell people. I tell people all the time, like, look, this build can do the thing, right? And like people always tell, show me videos of what other builds are doing. It's like, yo, you see this 105? You see this 105 with this other build? I'm like, yeah. He's like, you think it's the best? You think it's like one of the best builds? I'm like, yeah, it's good. It's a good build. He's like, you think it's better than Rain of Rails? No. Yeah, but I haven't seen Rain of Rails do it. But I'm like, yeah, okay, well. So like, now with like a would have been a 5 minute clear or under 5 minute clear had I placed the Spirit Caller correctly. But I mean, obviously with the clear like that on a 100, this is definitely like 110 plus viable. As long as you get Spirit Caller, of course. Spirit Caller or Malice. Haters can't hate them. No, they can't hate no more. And the thing about it is that like I think I probably would just leave it at that because I think a sub 6 minute 100 is probably really more impressive than like I barely got the 105 or something. Which I mean, it wouldn't be a barely. Like I'd probably do 105. I could probably scuff down on 105 in like 8 minutes roughly with Spirit Caller if I got Spirit Caller again. Like, and then 110, like 110 would be like the push at that point. That'd be like, okay, I actually have to like try. Which of course I'm not gonna do. You already know I'm not gonna do that, so. What? Aelina actually got Monster Hunter Wilds as beta. Interesting. One verse without a curse. I appreciate the follow, John. Yeah, we will. I'll go ahead and read out actually. Trying to keep this on New Egg in the 40s, or they got a meh. Yeah. All right. We'll go to Clip This. Clip This is cool. It's been a minute since I've been to Clip This. He's such a nice guy. Where would you say Rain of Rails ranks in terms of rogue builds this season? Honestly, probably the second. Like if we're talking, well, it depends on the content you're talking about. If we're talking about pit pushing, is probably the second strongest build. I'd put it really close to Rapid Fire. but it's also a precision build, so it kind of makes sense. So I like if we're talking about pits, rapid fire, rain of arrows, dance of knives, overpower flurry. Higher in the DOK. I would say yes, even over the first version of DOK, because you have to understand precision with trick attacks and Kyle the Nameless scales so ridiculously well that like the output is just nutty. So like obviously that's the reason why rapid fire is like number one. It has everything to do with trick attacks and precision. Rain of Arrows also works or is basically trick attacks and precision. That's why it does as well as it does, like, well, and pretty much everywhere. So pushing should use rapid fire. You say you're trying to like it really hard. You don't have to play if you don't want to. Like if you don't like it, then just play a different build. Like don't force yourself to like something you don't like. You can't get the amulet to drop, so you can't get the amulet to drop from Rain of Arrows. Have you like how many times have you killed Gregory, the boss? Like it should be a pretty easy drop from him. You kill him 4 or 5 times, and you should at least get one amulet. I'm just gonna say I'm okay, a little tired. I am a little tired, a little bit. Kind of catching up on sleep this week, but I guess I got a video to make at this point. I gotta put that sub 6-minute 100 clear on YouTube, and then maybe put it on hellties.com. I don't know, just to have a leaderboard up there. I don't really care about the leaderboard, but people will be interested. It's like, wait a minute, Rennie Rose did sub 6-minute 100. I'm like, yeah, second try, didn't even fish. And I screwed up that run. It would have been sub 5 minute had I did it correctly. All right. Yeah, we'll go to Curtis. Or no, like clip this. Let's clip this. He's a cool guy, super humble, and whatnot. But I will see y'all tomorrow night. I'll probably play Rain of Arrows a bit more. I mean, if I put a video out, people are gonna want to see what I'm doing because they saw the video. So I gotta at least play some Rain of Arrows for those who are coming in from watching the videos. Like, yo, I saw the video. This is cool, clear, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll play some more Rain of Arrows, and then I'll start saving gear for Barrage, for a physical Barrage, actually, physical precision Barrage, and see how I feel about that. And then from there, I guess we'll look at some way off meta stuff. Like maybe like some invigorating strike build. Trying to think of some other things I might like to do. We'll see. We'll make some stuff. We'll make up some stuff. Thanks for that. All good. I'll see y'all, I guess, later on tonight with the Halloween event that's gonna drop too as well. So I'll be here for that. Enjoy Clip This, and as always, till next time.